Good morning, Co-op Congress. Sorry, good morning, Co-op Congress. How special is it to be here in the newly refurbished Rochdale Town Hall? A very, very warm welcome to all you cooperators. This year is our largest gathering in many years, and it's made even more special by nearly 200 delegates who've travelled from more than 45 countries to be in Manchester and Rochdale for the ICA General Assembly and Festival of Cooperatives. It's great to see so many of our international friends, and I've been part of some of the events and activities, and it's been a truly special experience to meet so many passionate cooperators from around the world. There's been particular highlights at Manchester City Council where we held the General Assembly, and then of course Co-op Group have done an amazing job of hosting all of our delegates. It's been a really, really special week. Every time I've stepped out of Hollyoake House, there's been somebody from a different country saying hello. It's been absolutely fabulous. So before we kick off the day, I just wanted to run through a few bits of housekeeping because we are in a Grade 1 listed venue, so you've already seen it's quite challenging getting people into the space. But there are no planned fire alarms today. So if you do hear an alarm, please follow the exit signs. We've got a really busy conference across the 2 days. I'm sure you've not failed to notice the marquee outside the front of the town hall. This is because so many people wanted to come this year. To coin a phrase, we needed a bigger boat. So some of you are now in the marquee. Can you give us a wave from the marquee? Can we see the marquee at all? We're working on that technology. But we want to ensure that everyone's got as much access as possible to the main room to explore the other sessions and take place across the weekend. So if you are in here and at some point you're happy to go in the marquee, we will still be able to take questions and interact with the marquee. So yeah, I'm going to ask you to pull out all your cooperative values in this quite challenging venue, self-responsibility, solidarity, and if you could be patient and cooperative as possible, I'm sure we'll get so much out of the next couple of days. We've got a packed agenda with sessions running in this main room and some brilliant breakout sessions in the council chamber, Bright Hall and the activity room. So please do explore. And of course, we've got Toad Lane, the museum over the way, which will be open as well on Saturday now by special request. But you can access all the details of sessions and speakers and timings in the programmes. The QR code is printed on your programme and is on the screen now. I'll also highlight what's coming up before and after each section. We'll be using Slido for people in the marquee to ask questions, but hopefully, like I say, technology permitting and patience of everybody, we'll have a fabulous 2 days here in the Rochdale Town Hall. So, without further ado, I would now like to introduce onto the stage Paul Waugh, who is Rochdale and Labour's Cooperative MP. Can we welcome Paul, please?
Thanks, Rose. Welcome to Rochdale and welcome to this fantastic Rochdale Town Hall. This magnificent building is testimony to the working class graft and working class craft that make the cooperative values of this town so special. But it's not a relic. This is a point you'll be hearing hopefully a lot over the next 2 days. This is a living, breathing building, just as thanks to the local Rochdale Council, which is a cooperative council. It's in community use every single day. And I wanted to make the point that the co-op movement itself is a living, breathing thing, obviously. It's not a historic relic. It's a living, breathing force for social justice in Rochdale, in the UK, and across the world. And that's why we're so delighted to have so many international delegates today. I can't tell you how proud I am of this building, but I also can't tell you how proud I am to be the very first cooperative MP for Rochdale. It's a bit of a historical quirk of the previous Labour MPs. Other previous Labour MPs, and thanks to Co-op's rules, weren't allowed to become a Labour and Co-op after election, but I wanted to be the Labour and Co-op before election, so I've always been the Labour and Co-op MP. But through thick and thin, no matter how all the mud is thrown at this town, I just want to say, no matter how tough things are, the one thing that we've always been able to tell the world is that we're the birthplace of an amazing social movement of cooperation. For me, it's personal. The very fact that 4 of our original 28 pioneers, the weavers and the warpers, came from Spotland Bridge, where I grew up, just makes me so proud of all that working class ingenuity, the self-help, and the reliance that they showed 181 years ago to set up in the first place. So when you see, and you go into Toad Hall, you see all the addresses of those pioneers. It's got Milkstone, Drake Street, John Street, Shawclough, Lower Place, and Toad Lane itself. You just see that the Co-op has roots in every single street in this town. I love, too, the fact that our 7 sisters, the tower blocks that are a symbol of our town, were numbered to match the 7 Rochdale principles of the Co-op movement. That's why there are 7 of them. And they're as valid as ever, those principles. Democratic control, 1 member, 1 vote, pure and unadulterated goods, that's more important than ever. Religious tolerance, more important than ever. And obviously cooperation amongst co-ops at home and abroad, that genuine sense of social solidarity. I mentioned self-help, and it's worth saying just how much of an enduring working class value self-help is. And many people hate the idea, certainly in Rochdale, of handouts or things being done to them. They want to do things for themselves, and that's what this movement is all about. Long before a certain blonde buffoon came about talking about take back control, the Co-op movement knew all about it in the first place. The reason I'm proud to be the cooperative parliamentarian is precisely because it's only through government that actually you can create the conditions that help co-ops thrive. And mutuals as well. Just as the Labour movement realised in 1900 it needed a political party with the trade unions. In 1917 we set up the Cooperative Party precisely because the government at the time was blocking cooperatives. And later our alliance with our sister party, the Labour Party, went on to strength. And just one early example of that, and everyone shouldn't forget this, is that the NHS, which is 77 years old this weekend, was inspired by cooperative values, working people pooling resources to build local democratic healthcare, like the Tredegar Medical Aid Society in South Wales. As Nye Bevan said, all I'm doing is extending the entire population of Britain the benefits we've had in Tredegar for a generation or more. And in 2024, we now have a Labour government that has Cooperative Party members right at its heart, shaping policy as never before. We've got 43 MPs, a record number, 5 Metro mayors, 1,500 councillors and government ministers in key roles. Jim McMahon from next door in Oldham is a superb local government minister. Alex Norris, who was here the other week, is an excellent levelling up or growth minister, as we call it. Most of all, Johnny Reynolds is the business secretary, and he's got cooperation at the heart of his economic and growth strategy. And crucially, our manifesto commitment to doubling the size of the cooperative economy is absolutely central to everything we're doing. It's been an historic year. We've had our first ever meeting of the Co-op parliamentary group in Downing Street. And as many of you will have known and attended, co-ops and mutuals were invited for the first time ever to number 10 for a reception to confirm that role of the co-op movement at the heart of our economic growth strategy. We've got the Co-ops and Mutual Council created for a new collaboration between government and co-ops. But it's worth saying that this movement itself was born out of hard times in those Victorian times, and it came into its own throughout hard times in history. Even recently during the pandemic and the cost of living crisis, the cooperative group itself, the shops helped many with the cost of living crisis, striking a chord with people who just couldn't keep their heads above water without affordable food and healthy food, and giving something back to the local community. The Co-op group, I'm really pleased to say, has grown to 5.2 million active member owners and expects that to grow to 8 million by 2030, which is incredible. That proves, again, the cooperative movement is not a relic. It's not some minority pursuit. It is very relevant to every one of our lives here and now. And the stats speak for themselves. The total income of the co-op and mutual economy has reached a record £165 billion. The sector's 9,000 businesses employ more than 1.3 million people. Memberships of co-ops and mutuals has risen by 2.8% to 68 million people. Cooperative new starts are more than twice as likely to survive their first years as a normal business. And one thing that we all hopefully will celebrate later, 49% increase in community-owned pubs in the last 5 years. The Co-op brand also has taken on new life with the Co-op Live in Manchester, I'm pleased to say. I have a sharp pang of Rochdale pride whenever I see a Co-op throughout the country, but when I went to see Pulpit Co-op Live recently and I saw all the concert goers queuing up to the Co-op in that building, it was particularly special. So co-ops are cool again, and speaking of cool, local lad Steve Coogan, you can't get cooler than him, and he's going to be talking about how Middleton's own cooperative movement is really going from strength to strength. The Co-op Bank, I'm pleased to say, is back and in mutual hands with the Coventry Building Society, and I'm delighted to say the Co-op Bank is helping sponsor all these events in the next few days. I'm also so pleased we've got Lucy Powell, the leader of the Commons, speaking today, the queen of our legislative programme, and it's a cooperative set of bills and laws we're introducing. We're overseeing the biggest expansion in support for community energy in history, as Ed Miliband said. We've worked with the community energy and put it on the face of the GB Energy Bill, so it's integral to that movement for change. And it's fine having wind farms and community benefit, but what we really want is community ownership. We don't just want the crumbs from the table, we want the actual energy itself to bring a regular income to local communities across the country. Community right to buy, again, is really essential, included in our English devolution white paper, and the Treasury, believe it or not, is finally switching on to cooperatives and trying to make life easier, talking to regulators, making sure that we've got a law commission switching the law and the legal impediments to many mutuals and cooperatives. Retail crime, community right to buy are key to our legislative changes, but also help for credit unions and a small business strategy. Not forgetting the Bright Future Co-op project, which helps modern slavery victims into employment. And after the spending review, we've now got 350 more communities that are going to take control of funding by giving them the power to improve parks, youth facilities, swimming pools and libraries, all day-to-day things that impact on every person's life. But most of all, the cooperative movement is about individuals working together. And here in Rochdale, I just wanted to shout out two great examples. David Templeman is a farmer who owns Warland Farm up in the moorlands on the border with Yorkshire. It's a remote place, hard to reach for those energy giants, so he decided he wanted to do a co-op energy plan. So he's got a community energy scheme, he's got a grant now, and he's going to combat with using the stream on his land. He's going to use hydropower and solar power on the farm to combat fuel poverty amongst that hamlet that he lives in. A really good example of self-help that this cooperative movement's all about. Rachel Law is another fantastic person locally. She runs Possibilities, which is a social enterprise, which was run, she's a former Rochdale Council adult care member of staff, and they provide invaluable daycare services and respite care for people with learning disabilities and their families. And just as a mark of just how brilliant they are, the Care Quality Commission inspection rated them as outstanding, one of the only adult social care services in the country out of 89 inspected to get that. That says everything about the quality, the innovation, the agility that co-ops can bring to crucial services like adult and social care. There are lots of other examples you can learn about at this Congress, particularly in the New Pioneers session. Everyone's going to hopefully attend, and what Andy Burnham's doing, thankfully, through the GMCA. But finally, I just wanted to say a little bit about the Rochdale principle of cooperation amongst cooperatives and that sense of international solidarity, which is really significant in this United Nations year. The international solidarity of this great movement is summed up with our links, particularly with our colleagues in Palestine. Us co-op groups, co-op MPs and the cooperative group held a very moving meeting in Parliament with Sama Saleha and Nir Sharon, both from the cooperative peace village in Israel of Wahat El Salam, Nev Shalom. Co-op group CEO Shireen Kurihak, who, as many of you know, is half Palestinian, was really proud to attend that meeting because it showed that despite everything, there are people working at the grassroots level for peace and for reconciliation and are trying against the odds not to hate their neighbour and to build together. And that village itself, where kids go together at the same school, they're educated together, they work together, their parents, they're a beacon of hope in what is, to be frank, a really, really dark time. And I know that Shireen herself is also really proud that the co-op stocks Palestinian goods, such as the olive oil for Zaytoun, and here in Rochdale we're going to try and build on those links. The practical things we can do, despite everything that's happening, to help our brothers and sisters in Palestine and trade with them is absolutely crucial. I'm so proud that the co-op has a policy of banning settlement of goods as well, and I think it's really, really important. On my own trip to Israel and the West Bank this spring, I saw for myself the common bonds between that Jewish kibbutzim movement and Palestinian co-ops, which power communities. Both have a strong tradition of self-help. Both work the same landscape, a beautiful landscape. Both have women often at the heart of their co-ops, particularly the financial co-ops. And talking to them was a powerful reminder that conflict zones across the world have recovered from conflict thanks to co-ops. And that's whether it's in Africa or it's in Asia, and hopefully it's going to be in the Middle East too. Cooperation is the antidote to hate, and I think that's one of the most powerful social values of this movement that we can all be proud of. In Ramallah, I met the Cooperative Union of Palestine Cooperatives, and they've been a vibrant part of the Palestinian economy in the West Bank and Gaza for many years. There's 800 cooperatives covering agriculture, housing, banking, retail, and artisan crafts, like the crafts that build this building, and credit unions. But of the 25 co-op HQ buildings in Gaza, 3 have survived. The General Cooperative Union in Gaza City was obliterated. More than 85% of cooperative housing blocks have been destroyed in Gaza. Yet the co-ops themselves, the people and their cooperative movements, have survived. Their priority has been providing immediate relief for fellow Gazans living in tents. They shared with me video footage of how, miraculously, amid the rubble in Gaza, agricultural co-ops are growing seedlings, strawberries, peppers, aubergines, trying to rebuild an income amid the rubble. These are literally the green shoots of hope amid all that despair. So yes, we need change, but we also need hope. And that's exactly what this cooperative movement does. Whether it's in Rochdale or Ramallah, this movement and its resilience are needed never more than ever before. Thanks very much.
A huge thanks, Paul. Rochdale is really lucky to have you. I know how much work you do behind the scenes in Westminster. And you talked about the pioneers. Just imagine, if they could imagine what they spurned like 180 years ago, 3 million co-ops worldwide now with 1 billion members. Now, we might not be able to get the tech and the marquee just yet, but I'm going to attempt to invoke the power of Rochdale Town Hall to just see exactly what the pioneers might have made of everything they've achieved. Nearly. Here we go. So, not play it again? We've got to play it again. Can we play it again? Yeah? Well, can you see the fair trade bananas, everything that they've done? There we go. And look how young they are. Some of them at the back. Look at that. It's brilliant. Yeah. Fabulous. So, that's quite a hard act to follow. But I'm going to now introduce... It would not be possible without the gentleman and his organisation I am about to introduce to be able to put on this Congress and keep our member prices as low as we possibly can. So it's with huge thanks that I now welcome to the stage Steve Hughes, who is the CEO of Coventry Building Society, and this is the 5th year running that the Cooperative Bank has supported the event, and Steve and Coventry are now a mutually supportive owner of the Cooperative Bank. So an absolutely huge welcome to Steve Hughes, Group Secretary of Coventry Building Society.
Thanks, Rose. I did say to Rose, we were 20 minutes late starting. And I said, on a weekend at Oasis retour, that's a bit rock star behaviour from Rose. And what she said to me was, she's taken a leaf out of Shirley Bassey's book. So Shirley Bassey would refuse to do any gig at the Royal Albert Hall until every seat was full. And Rose has played that card today. I was a bit late this morning, and then one of my colleagues had to call Shirley to say, Steve will be arriving. And then I turn up, and the look of disappointment on Shirley's face, that it was me and not Steve Coogan, it will actually stay with me for the rest of my life. Look, it's a real privilege to join you in Rochdale. Albeit I was telling Paul, it's not my first visit to Rochdale. I've been to Spotlands twice to watch my team, Swansea. And Paul was telling me he's still a season ticket holder at Rochdale today. It's safe to assume the welcome I've had today was much, much warmer than it was from the Rochdale fans. But that's the tribal nature of football. I know that this is a place that means more to the movement than most towns ever could. It's where the values we all hold so closely came to life and proved their worth. In this UN International Year of Cooperatives, it's right that we reflect not only where we've come from, but where we're going and how we get there. The Rochdale pioneers that started the cooperative movement knew hardship. They were working people who had been shut out of a system that was never built for them. So they built something different. They didn't set out to make history. They simply wanted fairness, dignity, and control over their own livelihoods. But in doing so, they sparked a movement. One based on self-help, equity, and democratic ownership. And 180 years on, that movement is still alive, thanks to them and every one of you in this room. In every credit union, community co-op, mutual organisation, that pioneering spirit still endures. At Coventry Building Society, we're proud to continue that mission. Founded in 1884, when accounts could be opened with as little as a sixpence, we're now one of the largest building societies in the world. As a mutual building society, we don't have shareholders to answer to. We exist for one reason, and that's to serve our members. That's what mutuality means to us. It's not just a business model, but it's a belief system. And if you're a member or customer, you'll know that earlier this year, we were proud to welcome the Cooperative Bank into our group. A move not rooted in acquisition, but in alignment. Alignment of values, of purpose, and of principles. The remutualization of the Cooperative Bank. The Cooperative Bank has always stood for something different. A bank guided by the idea that doing business responsibly is not a slogan, it's a standard. And that's why this step made so much sense. Together, we now have over 4.5 million members and customers. Our intention is to bring a broader range of products, services, and value to everybody that we serve. We're here to help people save for their future and to own a home safely, sustainably, and affordably. And now with the Cooperative Bank, we are helping people manage their everyday banking and to help ethically minded organisations to thrive and create good work and employment. These are not just financial goals, they're human ones. Last year at this Congress, you told my team that our number one priority had to be improving service. Well, we listened. And since we welcomed the bank into our family, the bank has had its best service performance in 6 years. And we're now investing more in our branches, our communities, and in our digital services to help you get more. I genuinely believe that this is a truly transformational combination that secures the future of the society and the bank, and means that together we will deliver a genuinely different choice for UK consumers and the organisations they work for. One of the strengths as a combined organisation are the values that we share and our ambition to make powerful and positive change. The Cooperative Bank was the first UK bank to launch a customer-led ethical policy. The Coventry Building Society was the first society to become a certified B Corp and is award-winning for its social impact. In the bank's last customer poll, our customers told us that they want to see us act on issues like climate change and social inequality. But importantly, they wanted to see us supporting the cooperative sector and actively promoting cooperative business. Together, we will do more, not less, to build a more sustainable society. We're here today because we want to ensure that cooperatives like yours can talk to us about the support we can offer, but also because our customers recognise the importance of the cooperative and mutual sector, and they want us to embrace it. So please visit our stand over the next 2 days and chat to my colleagues, Amy and Sean. They'll be able to talk more about our work within communities, our free everyday community banking proposition, and help you with your banking needs, whether they be personal or business. I'm proud that in partnership with Cooperatives UK, as well as sponsoring fantastic events like this, we've provided over £3 million of funding since 2016 to support a far-reaching business support programme, which has empowered over 4,000 groups. Incredibly, 80% of those receiving that direct support, they're still trading today, which is fantastic. There's some fantastic examples in the room. Whether it's Colville CAN, a cooperative community regeneration project in Leicestershire, Student Co-op Homes, the UK Federation of Student Housing Co-ops, or York Supplies, a well-loved hardware store in the centre of Birmingham. We're proud. We're proud to have supported you and to see your local communities benefiting from the incredible work that you do. We're also proud to help Cooperatives UK to inspire the next generation of cooperators by sponsoring the National Youth Summit on Cooperation, which will be held here alongside the Co-op Congress tomorrow. And I'm really pleased and proud to see some of my own graduates here over the next couple of days. So as Paul had said, late last year, Rachel Reeves announced her ambition to double the size of the cooperative and mutual sector in her Mansion House speech. Andrea Melville, the new CEO of the bank, the first female CEO of the bank in 152 years. She joined a reception at 10 Downing Street for cooperatives and mutuals, and it was encouraging to hear, as Paul has reinforced today, that these commitments were reaffirmed. So whilst these are positive developments, the power of the sector to create sustainable growth has long been overlooked. At a time when trust is low, when inequality is rising, and when communities feel left behind, we believe mutuals and cooperatives can offer a better answer. It's not about short-term returns. It's about long-term solutions. It's not about maximizing profit. It's about maximizing benefit. Our members tell us the proof points of mutuality are great value, brilliant service, keeping their money safe, and making a difference to them, their family, and their world. We strongly believe that mutual banking models provide a credible and ethical alternative for personal and business customers in the UK. And we know that the model works. Mutuals consistently show higher trust, better customer satisfaction, and stronger resilience in tough times. But we need to shout louder about it. This year must be a turning point, a moment when cooperative and mutual voices are heard not just in this room and in Rochdale, but in Westminster, in the city, and in every community across the UK. We must work together to achieve more prominence in our economy, whether through housing, health, energy, or finance. Because when people have a say in the institutions that serve them, the outcomes are better and fairer. To me, it's simple. The values started here in Rochdale are not relics. They're radical, and they are relevant, and they are needed now more than ever. At Coventry Building Society, and with the Cooperative Bank by our side, we will continue to champion mutual and cooperative values in action, values that we live with every day. So let's remember the Rochdale pioneers. They didn't wait for permission to build something better. They just got on with it. And maybe we should do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're moving on to the first session of our day. And it's a subject that I'm very, very passionate about. In Victorian Britain, the most dangerous years of your life were your first few. In Manchester, Salford, Rochdale, the great industrial towns and cities of the north, children often didn't live to see their 5th birthday. Malnutrition was rife, and diets lacked the fats and proteins needed to build strength. And for the poor, a simple illness could become a death sentence. Now, the Cooperative Wholesale Society knew the impact of poor food quality all too well. And they did not believe, as was common, that poverty was a natural condition. They believed it was a systemic failure, a failure they could and must fight. So through their stores, through their supply chains, and through the tireless work of the Women's Guild, the Co-op committed itself to securing good, affordable, nutritious food for working people. They knew that without better diets, there could be no better futures. But the challenge was enormous. The cost of transporting food from abroad was too high. Liverpool's docks and railways held a monopoly, pushing prices beyond the reach of the poor. So they acted strategically. They thought as business people and as revolutionaries. They realised that to change lives, they had to change the market. They needed to break open supply chains and bring affordable goods directly to working class communities. Now, the question of how to get cheap animal fats into children's diets was answered by Denmark's butter and bacon. So, the cooperative movement backed the construction of the Manchester Ship Canal and bought the shipping lanes. They were opposed by powerful interests and they were mocked in the press. It was seen by many as a folly. Powerful interests tried to stop it. Liverpool's dock owners fought tooth and nail to defend in Parliament their monopolies. The railway companies, threatened by the loss of freight traffic, lobbied against it at every turn. And the investors in London dismissed it all as a fantasy, refusing to back what they called Manchester's madness. To be fair, it sounds like the HS2 of its time, doesn't it? Punch magazine mocked us. We might have a slide of Punch magazine calling us Manchester, Sur la Mer. They thought that we were mermaids. Even those at home were warned that the burden of debt could cripple the city for generations. Yet those visionaries pressed on because they understood that injustice would not yield without a fight. So in 1894, the Manchester Ship Canal opened a vast new artery linking the ocean to the heart of industrial England. It was a bold vision, and as Steve says, they didn't wait for permission, they made a new way forward. Because building a better world demands more than good intentions. It demands courage and resilience and the willingness to overcome fierce resistance. The canal wasn't just a feat of engineering, it was a feat of solidarity, of innovation, of strategic cooperative thinking, and it saved lives. So this year, as we celebrate the UN Year of the Cooperative, under that theme of cooperatives building a better world, we must ask ourselves, will we be as bold and as strategic and as fearless in facing the injustices of our time? This is an example from our past, and in a moment I will give you a global challenge from our present. And as before, though, I say to you, we will only solve it together with solidarity and with strategic courage to build a better world once again. Today, we face a new kind of systemic injustice, one just as powerful and certainly just as dangerous, and that is the monopolisation of technology. A world where a handful of corporations and indeed individuals control the platforms that shape our economies, our politics, and even our friendships. These companies extract our data, profit from our attention, and too often amplify division and hatred for the sake of engagement. If the users of Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, owned and controlled the platform that it sits on, would we have algorithms of hate, barriers to access, polarisation? I think not. Technology is the systemic challenge of our age. But to really tell you how tech is exploiting our existence, we've invited our next guest, whose book, The Internet Con, How to Seize the Means of Computation, is classed as the Big Tech Assembly Manual. I think many of you in the room have been anticipating this keynote, and Cory will lay down the challenge before our panel talks about what we can do as a movement to tackle this global challenge. Please put your hands together for Cory Doctorow.
Hi, pleasure to be here today, but I come with some grim tidings. I'm here to tell you that we are living through an era I call the Enshitocene. It is a great enshittening in which all the digital platforms that we rely on for so much are turning to shit. I call this enshittification, And both the big idea that describes enshittification and my sweary little word seem to have found some broad appeal. The American Dialect Society made it their word of the year, and then Australia's Macquarie Dictionary made it their word of the year, and then the New Scientist made it their word of the year, and just a few weeks ago, Webster's Dictionary included it in the dictionary. So what's enshittification? In enshittification, platforms follow a characteristic three-stage pattern of decay. In the first stage, the platforms are good to their end users, but they're also seeking a way to lock those end users in. So for example, when Facebook started, Mark Zuckerberg had a marvelous pitch for us users. If we would only leave MySpace, which after all was owned by a crapulent, spying, evil Australian billionaire named Rupert Murdoch, we could come to Facebook, a platform that promised us it would never, ever spy on us, where all we needed to do was tell the platform who we wanted to follow, and then the platform would show us the things that those people posted. Tech platforms have many ways of locking us in. You have Uber, for example, which spent $31 billion of Saudi royal investment money, losing 41 cents on every dollar it made for 13 years, until it had driven the minicabs out of business, crashed investment in transit, and then turned around and doubled the price of a ride while halving the wages of its drivers once it was the only game in town. But Facebook didn't have to do anything that sophisticated or expensive to lock us in. We locked ourselves in on Facebook through something called the collective action problem, which is what economists say when they want to tell you that you love your mates, but they are a gigantic pain in the bum. If you and the 6 friends that in your group chat that you came with here to Rochdale can't agree on where you're going to go for drinks after the Congress, how are you and 200 friends on Facebook ever going to agree on when it's time to leave and where you should go? Especially if some of those friends are on Facebook because that's where their rare disease support group meets, and others are there because that's where they and the parents of their kids' five-a-side football league gather to organize their carpools, and still others are there because that's the only way to keep in touch with the people they left behind when they emigrated, and more are there because that's where their customers or their audiences are. And so long as you all love each other more than you hate Mark Zuckerberg, you will hold each other hostage on Mark Zuckerberg's platform. Now, once we were locked into Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg could make life worse for all of us, but not out of sadism, although perhaps he is a sadist, but rather to make things better for his business customers. And that's stage 2 of enshittification, when things are made worse for end users to make things better for business customers. In stage 2, Mark Zuckerberg turned to his investors and said, do you remember when we told these numpties that we were never going to spy on them? Obviously, that was a lie. I spy on them from asshole to appetite, and for pennies, I will allow you to target ads to them with exquisite precision while subsidizing a massive anti-ad fraud effort that makes sure that every time you give us $1 to target an ad to a specific person, that kind of person sees your ad. Then Mark Zuckerberg, he went to the publishers and he said, do you remember when I told these Muppets that I was only going to show them the things that they asked to see? Obviously, that was a lie, too. If you put excerpts from your service, from your platform onto mine, with links directing people back to your website, I will, on your behalf, non-consensually cram those excerpts into the eyeballs of people who never asked to see them, and they will flood your site with traffic, and you will make money from them. And so the advertisers and the publishers piled into Facebook, and they got taken hostage too by us. They became dependent on our attention and our clicks, which meant that now it was time for phase 3 of enshittification, which is when Facebook claws all the value back from end users and from business customers, from publishers, advertisers, and us to give it to Facebook's executives and shareholders. Until today, the quantum of material in your feed that represents things you've actually expressed an interest in has dwindled to a kind of undetectable homeopathic residue, leaving behind a void that can be filled with things that people will pay to show you. But the advertisers aren't getting a great deal either. They're paying more for ads that are being targeted with less fidelity. And the amount of ad fraud on the platform is now through the roof. So Procter & Gamble zeroed out its $100 million per year programmatic advertising spend. Programmatic advertising, that's the euphemism the industry uses when they mean surveillance and advertising. So Procter & Gamble zeroed out $100 million worth of annual advertising spending and saw a 0% reduction in sales in the years that followed, because to a first approximation, every ad that they were paying to display was falling victim to ad fraud. Meanwhile, publishers are now having to pay to boost their content, even to get it shown to their own subscribers. And if they dare to put a link back to their own website on their articles on Facebook, those articles are then suppressed on the grounds that maybe it's a malicious link, but it also means that the only way they can monetize their content is by using Facebook's rigged, dodgy ad marketplace. So that is enshittification. Stage 1, be good to end users. Stage 2, make things worse for end users, but be good to business customers. Stage 3, lock everyone in, withdraw all the value, and collapse. Leave behind a wreckage that has just enough utility to keep everyone locked in. Now, we've seen versions of this across many of the platforms that we rely on: Google, Amazon, iPhones, Uber rides. Everywhere you look, services that we once valued because they delivered a good experience for our money are now cursed with becoming deliberately, unbearably awful, and yet we are still locked into them and we still stick around. Now, there are many kinds of service that have gotten worse. It's not just technology, but technology has a secret weapon when it comes to being made worse. And that is the flexibility of digital computers. Computers, after all, are famously brilliant at automating tedious, labor-intensive tasks. So when parts of the business are digitized, it is possible to automate a kind of labor-intensive, high-speed shell game that allows the business to alter the underlying logic of your interactions with it every time you visit it. The prices, the costs, the search rankings, the recommendations are different for every user every time they interact with technology. So we have Amazon. This is a firm that currently makes $56.2 billion per year selling off the top results in their search ranks. So the top result when you search for something on Amazon is not the best result for your search. It is the result whose manufacturer or seller has paid the most to be in that top result. And they pass the cost of that advertising onto you, the purchaser. On average, the first result on an Amazon search is 29% more expensive than the best match for your query. The top row is 25% more expensive than the best match for your query. On average, the best match for your query is found about 17 places down in an Amazon search. I call this continuous shuffling of prices, costs, search rankings, and recommendations twiddling. And anywhere you find digitization, you find twiddling. Take an industry that's not a tech industry, but has gotten tech in it. The nursing industry in American hospitals. American hospitals rely heavily on contract nurses, because if you hire nurses on daily or weekly short-term contracts, you can hire them as backstops and not have to pay them the union wages that your regular nursing staff have. Now, it used to be that contract nurses used one of several regional nursing staffing agencies that were available all across the country, but those agencies have all been obliterated by 3 national gigantic apps, each of which bills itself as Uber for nurses. Now, before a nurse is offered a shift by one of these apps, the app goes to a data broker and looks up the nurse's credit history. And if that nurse is carrying a high amount of credit card debt, especially delinquent credit card debt, they are offered a lower hourly wage for their shift on the grounds that people who owe a lot of money are more desperate and will work for less. Now, the imperative for bosses to exploit desperate workers is not a modern phenomenon. But what is new is the ability to automate the discovery of how vulnerable a worker is and to calculate the wage based on that desperation. The bosses who went to London to import Napoleonic war orphans to work in the dark satanic mills of the Industrial Revolution would have happily done this to nurses too, but they just could not hire enough sort of Bob Cratchit-esque scribes to labor over giant ledgers to recalculate everyone's wage over and over again. If you add computers to the mix of any business, suddenly the tedious, labor-intensive task of calculating worker desperation is something that can be solved in an eye blink by a computer. And that is the real AI labor threat. Not that AI can do your job. I mean, obviously, an AI salesman can convince your boss to fire you and replace you with an AI that can't do your job. And clearly, an AI boss can convince your prime minister to give up on any hope of producing a productive economy and instead sinking all of your public finances into energy-hungry, water-guzzling AI data centers. But the real AI labor threat is that your boss can use AI algorithms to twiddle your pay packet from moment to moment to keep you balanced on the knife edge of desperation, exploiting an information advantage to pay you the least that you will accept, calculated in real time to the penny. Now, enshittification is breaching out of the realm of digital and entering our physical realm, wherever we find digitization of a hard goods business. Now, obviously, the co-op has a grocer. In Norway, grocers have been overtaken by e-ink shelf tags that can display a new price whenever someone presses a button in the back office. And in Norway, grocers on average are altering their prices 3,000 times a day. And sure, they say that they're doing this to make yesterday's milk and this morning's lettuce a little cheaper in the hopes of moving it before it spoils, but they can also continuously, undetectably alter prices based on their estimation of your willingness to pay. And in the absence of some constraint on that impulse, we should expect that they will. When an app decides to pay you less for your labor than the next worse over, they are saying that your labor is worth less than the next worse over. And when an algorithm decides to charge you more than the next person who walks into the store, they are saying the pounds in your pocket are worth less than that person's pounds. So what is it that constrains a firm that feels this temptation to enshittify? After all, there was a time not so long ago when digital services won our custom by actually being good, by delivering value, by having delightful experiences, by being convenient. And then they all stopped, all at once. So what changed? What happened to the environment to make it so enshitogenic? How did we get enshittification? Well, one constraint that we lost was competition. Generally, firms that fear losing your business or your labor to a rival will treat you better, sharing more value with us at the expense of shareholders and executives. What happened to competition? 40 years ago, starting with the Reagan, Thatcher, Cole, Mulroney years, the West all but abandoned enforcement of competition law. They allowed predatory pricing. They allowed preferential discounting. They allowed out-of-control mergers, even when CEOs explicitly stated that the merger they were entering into was for the purpose of reducing competition, which is how you get a company like Google, where they spend $25 billion per year to buy every search box everywhere you might find it, so that irrespective of operating system, carrier, or browser, every search box you type a query into is wired into Google's servers, meaning that no new search engine will ever get a foothold. Google is a company that has not shipped a successful product that they developed in-house this century. Google is a company that had exactly one great idea in 1998, a really good new kind of search engine, and since then practically everything they have built in-house was a failure. Google does not innovate. They rely on buying other people's companies in order to expand. From ad tech to video streaming, from mobile operating systems to server management, from navigation to document collaboration, Google is not Willy Wonka's idea factory. They are rich Uncle Pennybags spreading their money around, buying out everyone with an ounce of creativity. Now, this pattern is not limited to Google. All of tech is built on sleazy anti-competitive tactics. Take Mark Zuckerberg, who said in writing in a memo that went company-wide, "It is always better to buy than to compete." Our supine regulators allowed the internet to merge to 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. And that neutralized the discipline that markets impose on firms, the fear of defecting workers and customers. But it didn't just neutralize market discipline, it neutralized the state discipline too. Regulation, the discipline applied by governments, is only possible in the absence of cartels. When an industry collapses into a cartel, a duopoly, a monopoly, its leaders easily converge on a set of policy priorities that they can push in the halls of power. And since they're no longer engaged in wasteful competition, they are a slosh in money that they can spread around to make those priorities into policy. Remember those American nurses whose wages are discounted by the amount of credit card debt that they hold? That process is only possible because in America, privacy is a dead letter. The last time the American Congress passed a national consumer privacy bill was in 1988 when Ronald Reagan signed the Video Privacy Protection Act, a law that bans video store clerks from telling the newspapers which VHS cassettes you have. That is the last technological privacy threat that the US government has bestirred itself to address. And the reasoning behind this is no mystery. It is the expensively procured inaction of an industry that has found an endless variety of ways to monetize human rights violations at scale. So data brokers are out there flogging every intimate fact of every person's life to anyone who's got 2 pennies to rub together. And before you start feeling smug about those backwards Americans, and I should note here that like all the best Americans, I'm a Canadian. We are very smug. Remember that with the new Data Use and Access Act, Starmer's government has rolled back UK compliance with Europe's privacy law, the GDPR. This is a privacy reversal that not Johnson, nor May, nor Sunak, not even Liz Truss could manage. And Starmer also in January fired Marcus Bokerink, the extremely effective head of the UK Competition and Markets Authority. And he didn't just fire him, he replaced him with Doug Gurr, whose last job was running Amazon UK, and who is now in charge of tech competition watchdogging. This is regulatory capture, distilled to a form so pure, so crystalline, that you could use it to cut diamonds. Tech is not unique in freeing itself from the discipline of competition and regulation. Every industry in every sector has cartelized into global oligopolies of 5 or fewer firms. Glass bottles, eyeglasses, financial services, vitamin C, athletic shoes, mattresses, and of course, professional wrestling. But tech is uniquely subject to 2 other forces of discipline that once acted as a check on the enshittificatory impulses of tech bosses. Now, the first of those other tech-specific disciplining forces is the tech workforce. The tech workforce singularly lacks in unions, but has nevertheless historically been very powerful because tech workers are both scarce and very productive. The American National Bureau of Economic Research published a paper calculating that the average tech worker adds $1 million to the bottom line of their employer. So tech workers have been historically in very short supply, very valuable to their bosses, and their bosses fell all over themselves to find ways to keep those tech workers happy. They transformed tech workplaces into whimsical campuses with gourmet canteens, kombucha on tap, free massages, and a surgeon on call who would visit you and freeze your eggs so you could work through your fertile years. Now, this worked. Tech workers had heaps of power, and they flexed it for all kinds of things, but they never flexed it to demand any kind of personal life. Instead, they were sold the myth that they were a new generation of warrior monks tasked with the holy job of bringing in a new, better digital era, which meant that they had to work every hour that God sent, sleep under their desks, and ship to their bosses arbitrary deadlines. But while that self-mythologizing helped motivate powerful workers to voluntarily chain themselves to their offices, for tech bosses, this came at a price. because it meant that the workers believed in what they were doing. And if they were ordered to enshitify the products they'd missed their mom's funerals to ship on time, they'd tell their bosses to get stuffed, go over the road, and have a new job with the same or better pay by dinner time. But this was also a trap for tech workers, because tech workers convinced themselves that they weren't really workers at all. They were temporarily embarrassed founders. And so they didn't unionize when they were powerful. And since their power came from scarcity, once the supply caught up with the demand, workers had no power at all, which is why there have been about 500,000 tech worker layoffs in the United States alone since 2023. Meta has just announced a 5% across-the-board redundancy on the same day that they announced that they were doubling their executives' bonuses. This is not a firm that is afraid of its workers anymore. Tech workers once disciplined their bosses, but now tech workers discipline each other, with the knowledge that there's 10 people out there who will do your job if you're not sufficiently pliable. And you combine that threat with the knowledge of how tech bosses treat the workers that aren't scarce, that they can replace, and it becomes very terrifying. Think of Jeff Bezos' delivery drivers who have to wee in bottles because they're not allowed toilet breaks, or the factory workers that Tim Cook employs in China through a subcontractor called Foxconn in a factory called iPhone City, where they had to install suicide nets because so many workers would rather die than face another shift. So tech bosses, they're not afraid of competitors. They're not afraid of regulators. They're certainly not afraid of their workers anymore. But there was one more thing that tech bosses failed, and ironically, it's technology itself. All technology is, after all, in a technical sense, equivalent and universal. The only computer that we know how to build is the kind of computer they knocked up down in Bletchley Park to crack those Nazi ciphers. Something called a Turing-complete universal von Neumann machine. This is a calculating engine that can run every valid program, which means that for every inshitifying program that's foisted upon us, there is a disenshittifying program waiting to be written. Not only can we make an Uber-style app that would allow a co-op of drivers and riders who wanted to ride with a co-op find one another, we could do more. We could jailbreak the actual Uber app so that a rider doesn't have to start with the co-op app, they start with the Uber app, they page a ride. If the driver also has the co-op app, they cancel the Uber ride and they rebuild it as a cooperative ride. That means that drivers don't have to wait until there's a critical mass of riders who want the co-op app before it's worth installing the co-op app. And riders don't have to wait until there's a critical mass of co-op drivers before they install the co-op paging app. For every 10-foot fence a tech company puts around its walled garden, there is an 11-foot ladder that Turing-complete computers allow us to build. This source of discipline was hugely important to keeping our tech from inshitifying. Take ad blockers. 51% of all web users have installed an ad blocker, which also protects your privacy. It is the largest consumer boycott in human history. And that means that whenever a tech boss is contemplating a course of action that will make their ads more obnoxious, more invasive, they have to weigh the possibility that many of their users will be so frustrated by this that they type in a search engine, "How do I block ads?" And then the revenue from that user falls to zero and stays at zero forever because no one has ever gone back to the search engine and typed, "How do I start seeing ads again?" But here's the thing. Throughout this century, since 1998, the US Trade Representative has been using the threat of tariffs to get every one of America's trading partners to pass a law called an anti-circumvention law. And this is a law that bans tinkering with, bypassing, or even discussing weaknesses in any kind of digital lock installed at the factory to stop you from modifying how the technology that you use works. In 2001, the European Union caved to the US Trade Representative and gave us Article 6 of the Copyright Directive, which makes it a crime to break digital locks, even for a legal purpose, which means that your property, the devices you paid for, that you rely on, from medical implants to powered wheelchairs, from cars to thermostats, from tractors to smart speakers, from phones to games consoles, cannot be modified by you or repaired by anyone except for the manufacturer's authorized representatives, which means that any enshittification the manufacturer installs at the factory cannot be uninstalled. And the most egregious example of this that we've all experienced is the inkjet printer. Every printer sold by the cartel of 4 or 5 giant inkjet printer companies comes fitted with a software lock that checks to see whether you're using generic ink. And if you are, refuses to use that cartridge. Now, it's not technically challenging to change the software in the printer so it will accept the generic ink, but it is a crime to do so. And that has been the cue for the printer companies to collude to raise and raise and raise the price of ink so that ink now sells for $10,000 a gallon. It is the most expensive fluid a civilian can purchase without a special government permit. And it's why the colored water that you use to print your grocery lists costs more than the semen of a Kentucky Derby winning stallion. So that is where enshittification comes from. The fourfold collapse of competition, regulation, the power of tech workers, and technology itself. Which raises the question, where will our disenshittification come from? Well, we're going to have to reverse those forces, which may sound daunting, but some of it is already underway. All this decade, we've seen a massive surge in competition law enforcement everywhere. In the United States, under both Trump and Biden, where Google has now been convicted 3 times in 1 year in a federal court of operating an illegal monopoly. And in the UK, where the Competition and Markets Authority and the Digital Markets Unit did some of the world's most important and powerful market studies and investigations under a succession of increasingly dysfunctional Tory leaders. And in the EU, where the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act are abandoning the historic approach of EU tech regulation, where they tried to get tech workers to wield their power more wisely to block hate speech or harassment or copyright infringement. And now what they're doing is making rules not aimed at making the tech workers use their power more wisely, but aimed at taking away the power of tech platforms. It's as though they've realized that the problem isn't that Mark Zuckerberg is the wrong person to be the unelected social media czar for life of 4 billion people's lives all around the world. Rather, that Mark Zuckerberg's job should not exist at all. That we don't need to reform Mark Zuckerberg, we need to abolish Mark Zuckerberg. Antitrust fever has swept Canada, Australia, Germany, Spain, France, South Korea, Japan, and China. And all of this is nothing short of amazing. Because if there's one thing that every political scientist will tell you, it's that the preferences of billionaires are the most reliable predictors of policy outcomes. If billionaires as a class want something, no matter how unpopular it is with all of us, they're going to get it. And if we want something that the oligarchs don't want, it doesn't matter how many of us want it, we will not get our way. This is an iron law of political science. 2 American political scientists put it in their 2014 paper in which they analyzed 1,779 policy outcomes. Economic elites and organized groups representing business interests have substantial independent impacts on government policy, while average citizens and mass-based interest groups have little or no influence. And yet here we are, with the US government on the verge of breaking up Google and Meta and whacking Apple with stonking fines. This is a political science miracle. It is pigs flying. It is water flowing uphill. And I think that the reason that this is happening is that people are starting to figure out that we're all fighting on different fronts of the same war. That whether you're in the co-op movement or the anti-war movement, or the anti-genocide movement, or the climate emergency movement, or the movement for gender minorities and trans rights, that you are in the movement against the policy preferences of the rich and greedy, that you are in a movement for a pluralistic, just, sustainable world built around the needs and thriving of all people. Now, there is precedent for this kind of spontaneous movement forming. Back in the 1970s, before the term ecology came into widespread use, people didn't know that they were on the same side. You care about endangered owls. I care about the ozone layer. Are we still fighting the same fight? What does the destiny of your charismatic nocturnal avians have to do with my preoccupation with the gaseous composition of the upper atmosphere? But one word, ecology, fused 10,000 issues into one movement. And it's happening again. This new Gilded Age, dominated by psychotic oligarchs who are incapable of seeing anyone but themselves as worthy of any moral consideration, is creating a new coalition, a new movement. I'm here today from this anti-big tech part of the movement, the anti-enshittification part of the movement. I've worked for an international digital nonprofits group called the Electronic Frontier Foundation for 23 years, and I helped found a British equivalent, the Open Rights Group. I hope you'll consider learning more and supporting both of them. But the future of tech has to include co-ops. Of course it does. Just as the future of co-ops has to include tech. We're on different fronts, but we are fighting the same war. We are fighting a battle for a digital nervous system that is fit for purpose to help us survive a future of climate emergencies, rolling refugee crises, zoonotic pandemics sparked by habitat loss, people stampeded into xenophobia, racism, misogyny, and transphobia by their worsening economic conditions. Our friends in the finance sector, they have an aphorism they call Stein's Law, and it goes like this: anything that can't go on forever eventually stops. 180 years ago, we had a co-op movement founded right here by people who decided that they weren't going to conduct themselves in the way that everyone that they knew had conducted themselves for as long as they could remember. That kind of movement building, that kind of change, it's not the lost art of a fallen civilization. It's things that people we know have done in living memory. No one's asking us to figure out how to build pyramids without power tools or embalm a pharaoh. We're just doing something that we've had to do periodically through all of recent human history. If we are to build a future that is cooperative, we need digital infrastructure to support cooperation. And together, I think we'll build it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you see the problem that we've got? We need to act strategically. We need to come together with these other organisations, movements, and we need to do something about this. I'm going to invite a panel to join us about some of the things that we're doing in the movement to tackle this already. Quite ironically, though, some of our tech hasn't been working this morning, but I'm delighted to say that my Juno translation app is back online for those of you that need translation. This has been developed by a Manchester entrepreneur, not quite a co-op yet, but if you see Danny, you might be able to convince him. But it is an inclusive small business that's developed this. So if you need translation, please take a picture of the QR code. Right, so let's see what we can do about this problem that Cory has so eloquently described for us. We've got with us today Chris Kroom from Co-Tech, Web Architects and Agile Collective. Give us a wave when I say your name so we know who everybody is. We've got Violetta, a good friend of ours from .co-op and the ICA. We've got Lynn Davis, founder and CEO of Food Data Collaboration. We've got Stephen Gill from Co-op Exchange. We have Maria Young from Agile Collective Cooperative and Open Digital Cooperative. And we have Dominic Kendall Ward, Group Secretary and General Counsel of Co-op Group. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. So we're going to have a bit of a conversation. We're trying to get back on time. So if you do have a burning question, make sure Shirley in the blue dress knows, because we'll squeeze a couple of questions in at the end. But if we've not got loads of questions, we'll try and keep on time. So Cory highlights, obviously, some very specific problems and what's going on in America. But we've got it all sorted here in the UK, haven't we, Dom? I'm going to come to you because we've got a law commission. Some of the things that Cory talks about, whether that's raising finance or competition law, isn't this what the Law Commission on Cooperative Law is going to address? We've got a plan, haven't we?
Thanks, Rose. Is the microphone working? It is. So, no. There's a short answer, but you know full well I don't really do short answers, and I can't hide the fact that I'm also a lawyer, so I'm going to qualify that. Before I do, and before anybody else gets in there, as an organisation that's obviously very recently suffered a sophisticated and pretty massive cyber attack, the irony is not lost on me that I'm sat on a panel about why are we controlling our own tech. However, I thought I'd get that in before anybody else did. The reality here is that the reason for the qualification is that what the Law Commission is doing is massively welcome and necessary for our movement. What it should be able to do is clarify what is a pretty sparse law that is set somewhere in the 19th century with a few updates and frankly is not fit for purpose, with clarity and with flexibility for co-ops, both for existing co-ops to be able to do what they need to do, removing some blockers, and for importantly, startup co-ops. So it is critical. So in that indirect way, it will help. What the scope of it is not to do is to look at competition law. It's not to look at sort of industry-specific regulations. So that is not within the scope of it. That said, and we've had obviously reference to this today, the excitement of a government that supports doubling the size of the movement and the Mutual Cooperatives Business Council. We have a government that is open-minded and has said to us numerous times is open-minded to listen to the ways in which it can assist. So I think that there are opportunities there. But that said, even the parts of this which facilitate, law is not going to de-enshitify big tech. So whatever your legislative framework is and however much that assists or promotes cooperatives, that's not going to get us there. There are a lot of things that we need to do that would get us there, but I'll just touch on two in my mind that are absolutely critical. The first is that we need to be able to advocate and engage our upcoming tech experts on what the cooperative model is. If people do not know that you can set up a cooperative, then they are not going to do so. And that goes equally across lots of industries, but within tech we know that there are a lot of people who are not wanting to do it just purely because you can make huge amounts of money and control lots of data and be a megalomaniac. So there's the education and advocacy side of it. The other thing is, even with a legislative framework which makes it easier to raise capital, which makes it easier to get investment in, we have investment markets that are very much focused on a capitalist way of thinking. They look to equity and debt leverage ratios, which only really work for companies and don't really work for cooperatives, and they tend to be focused on short-term financial return rather than what we know, and we've heard earlier today, is the huge benefit of co-ops of long-term financial resilience, and which is obviously also appealing to a set of investors. So from that ethical perspective, I think that for me, those are just two of the ways that we should be looking at it. The law will not solve it, although it can assist.
Thank you very much, Dom. So the law's not going to solve it. So again, down to us, the people, to try. One of the reasons I strongly believe this movement needs to get ahead of the curve on this is that tech really lends itself well to co-ops. Those of you familiar with blockchain, which is what crypto is built on, it operates like a co-op. The first block that you make is what we would call our rule book. And then every other block is verification of a truth. It's a governance system. So not only have you got a beautiful foundation to sit on, but there is something called platform co-ops. So just so those of you that may not be familiar, you've all heard of Airbnb, right? The European platform co-op version is called Fairbnb. And not only do you get to rent out your room or buy a room, you get to own the technology it sits on and control it as well. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about platform co-ops. So like I say, no silver bullets, but a lot of people doing some really interesting work in this space, of which I'm going to come to yourself, Lynn, to tell us about your platform co-op and what the opportunities and challenges are that you see.
Thanks. Yeah, great. So I'm working with the Food Data Collaboration, and what we do is build data infrastructure for sustainable food systems. And so before this, I was working with the Open Food Network, which is an international food e-commerce platform co-op. And when we started the Open Food Network, there wasn't really much else in the space for the e-commerce sector, for social enterprises, for this kind of thing. And over the years, that's changed dramatically. Shopify's got really good at that during the pandemic. There were a gazillion different software platforms starting up to serve this sector. And a lot of them were doing it a lot better than we could, right? We were, as a platform co-op, not as resourced as the likes of Shopify. And what we came to realize is that actually, this isn't necessarily a problem. We don't want to be the one platform that rules them all. But what we are doing is thinking about our role as like data infrastructure for co-ops and movements. We were thinking about it all wrong. Because this diversity is a strength, you know. We need diversity in our software platforms, just like we need diversity in our businesses, diversity in our communities, diversity on our fields and on our farms. But with that diversity, it brings a certain set of challenges and problems. You end up with a lot of small businesses that are working in this sector with big overheads, because small businesses don't benefit from the same kinds of economies of scale. In food systems, that's particularly problematic because the conventional sector is so highly optimized. Food is very, very cheap for everybody. And these small businesses also end up in the food sector being blocked from some of the larger distributors out there. So we need diverse small businesses, but we also need to be able to access that scale so that we can bring the prices down and actually feed, everybody wants to feed their families good quality food. So we need to be able to unlock this problem. And so what we came to realize is that data infrastructure can help this. Instead of kind of trying to create a platform, that user-facing thing, let's have lots of platforms that can talk to each other through data infrastructure that is owned by movements. And this data infrastructure can then work with the tools that businesses are already using, like spreadsheets. Maybe it's Shopify, or maybe it's a platform co-op. But we can start to work together collaboratively to build this movement together. And so a data infrastructure can then enable some of those commonalities to link together, inventory, sales ordering, distribution logistics, and you start to get a collaborative space that's able to emerge without asking everybody to change their software onto the same system. And so this is what we're doing. We've just finished 3 years of R&D. We've got a great set of partners around the table, including the Soil Association, Pasture for Life, a lot of the big membership organizations in the sector, a lot of the software platforms we've integrated with Shopify, things like this. We're building out this ecosystem so that we can start to build plugins, tools, and integrations that bit by bit build up this movement of us owning our own tech without having to do it all at once and be as good as the big incumbents. And so in this way, it's a rethink and a re-strategy on how we can actually do that transition into controlling our own tech.
Thank you, Lynn, for the incredible work. I've got so many questions, but we've got so little time, so I'm going to go straight to Maria, because you're attempting to tackle this problem within local government.
Yes, so I'm a member of Agile Collective, which is a worker co-op, a digital website agency. But I'm going to talk about this product that we've been involved in developing called Local Gov Drupal. It began the story for Local Gov Drupal, which is a web publishing platform product, began about 10 years ago when a consultant product owner moved from one council, Brighton and Hove, where he had been working on developing the public-facing website. He then moved over to Croydon Council and started exactly the same thing again, rebuilding this website. And he thought this was madness. Why are we doing this over and over again? Why is every council doing the same thing? Because the platform, the website had been built on an open source project called Drupal, there was, and various other things that had been going on at the time, he had the idea to see whether it was possible to share code between those two councils. And those two councils were really, they got on board and they started this code sharing project. Obviously, they decided to see whether this could scale. So at that point, they applied to the local digital fund, which was a fund through central government, to start a discovery phase to see whether more councils would be interested in collaborating on this product. They were, turned out. So the first round of funding was for this discovery phase, and at that point, Agile Collective got on board, and we were very involved in that, and then through several other rounds of funding to develop this product, which is now used by, we've got 59 councils who are involved in the project, and a number of suppliers like Agile Collective and other agencies who use this project. The funding from the local digital fund ran out, and so we had to work out how to be independent. Because influenced, I have to say, by Agile Collective as a co-op, we said, let's make it a co-op. Let's form a co-op. So we formed a multi-stakeholder, not-for-profit cooperative. The members are the councils and the suppliers. We have 27 members who own Open Digital Cooperative, which acts as the steward for this project and the community. And it's a booming thing. We're in our third year now, and yeah.
It's fantastic, Maria, because, I mean, how ridiculous is it to even suggest that anyone other than ourselves should own our own public data? And these are the kind of things we need to challenge. We've sleepwalked into, you know, this ownership problem. Great work. V, am I being unfair? Is the movement doing anything? Are we leading in this?
I'm not sure I want to answer that question first. I want to answer the question, can the co-op movement lead it? And the answer is yes, because if you heard Cory, and thank you, Cory, for making me a little bit more depressed than I was already about those issues. But yeah, there is, of course, there's hope, and it's the same as back in the Rochdale Pioneers era. For any problem that the digital capitalism has created, there is a co-op solution. I can go on a list to do like a little comparison table. For example, we have monopolies of big tech and surveillance capitalism. Well, platform co-ops and data commons could potentially resolve that. We have exploitation of gig workers. We have tech worker-owned cooperatives. And indeed, there are large networks of those. One of them is here in the UK, Co-tech, and you guys are members of, so you must know. There's another one in Argentina, a very good example. They're called Factic. And there's also a global initiative like this of worker cooperatives called Patio, and I would urge you all to explore it, patio.coop. We also have digital capitalism creates centralized infrastructure, of course, for the reasons that Cory touched on. But we do have examples of federated, decentralized, and open source alternatives. And you know, some of our panelists have talked about this already. I would mention a co-op that we both know, Chris, Co-op Cycle. I think they started in France, but they're also in Spain and in 61 other countries, including in Latin America. And it is about worker co-ops, riders for rides for delivery and bicycle deliveries and rides. And they're just using their own federated platform to manage the cooperatives and manage the logistics. And of course, there is always the venture capitalist pressure for profits, right? Like in any other sector in those capitalist businesses. And of course, the difference that co-ops can do there is more ethical, community-based financing. And the funding is really, really crucial indeed in this. But not only. The funding is not the only issue. I think that a bigger issue is what somebody mentioned, that the co-op model is not known enough. So the advocacy of the fact that there is an alternative is something where I think repetitively in a lot of these events that we all go, we hear that that is the problem. And so how can we use tech to create better advocacy for the tools that are more ethical, open source, based on worker co-ops. And so we have been leading the way in some pockets, of course. You know, we've had a namespace for the co-op movement since 2002, but it's so underutilized. So unless we all use it, we're not going to see the value of that. We're also creating a digital directory and a map of the co-op movement, which is using the cooperative principles of autonomy and transparency and open source. But again, we're not using it. So there are these tools, and hopefully this map actually, which is built by a digital cooperative, Digital Commons Cooperative, a worker UK, a worker cooperative in the UK, we can hopefully at least map them all out, see what's there, and now let's enable Principle 6 in a digital space. And let's talk to each other and figure out how we can combat some of these problems that Cory raised. Thank you.
Thank you, V. And that's a huge call to action. I hope we're having a bit of a wake-up moment here at UK Congress. If you are not on that map, if you're in the UK, go to uk.coop directory, fill in your details. You can go to World Map. We're not even understanding and controlling our whole worldwide tech. We need to get across this, people. Right, I'm looking at you, Chris, now for some actual hope and belief that there are communities out there battling away at this.
There are campaigns against big tech. There's quite a lot out there. The thing I think we're failing with in the cooperative movement is principle 4, autonomy, when it comes to tech. I very strongly suspect we could count on one hand the number of co-ops in this room that aren't dependent on big tech for some of their internal key infrastructure, be it email, office documents, etc., etc. If we aren't running and owning our own tech, we lose autonomy. And when we're handing this autonomy over to the biggest tech corporations in the world, whose tools they're willingly allowing to be used to target people for extermination in Gaza, and so on and so forth, we need to do better than this. Violetta mentioned Co-op Cycle. They're very interesting because they use a software code base that it's not only open source, it's actually to the left of open source. It's software that can only be used by co-ops. I'm all in favor of us using open source software, but we need to use open source software that enforces sharing. Big tech corporations have built their empires on open source software. The open source software they love is permissively licensed software. This is software that has a license that allows you to privatize that software, to take it out of common ownership, to turn it into a proprietary product. If we use copyleft software, the most famous license for which is the GPL, which is used by the Linux kernel, that's software that the license for which enforces sharing. That software has to be shared. You can't use it and not share changes you make to it, improvements you make to it. So we as a movement, we need to be embracing and using cooperative software rather than proprietary software. We need to be moving away from our dependence on big tech. As mentioned earlier, my co-ops and Agile are both part of a UK network of tech co-ops called CoTech. Our website's at cotech.uk. We've recently rebranded it. We're running a session after this in the Bright Hall, which is upstairs and over there, to discuss how cooperatives can do better with tech and how we can reduce our dependence on big tech and what we can do to make things better.
Amazing and great plug there, Chris. Cory will be back with us shortly to sum up. But Stephen, I'm looking to you because what one of the real challenges is this venture capital money that plows money into big tech, and that's not something that we can do. So, any suggestions?
Yes, vast amounts of cash would be helpful. So that would be fantastic. No. But I think, seriously, to be able to compete with what Cory was talking about there, and I do want to challenge him on a couple of points, but I'll wait for him to come back on that. But We need proper funding to be able to do that, in my very humble opinion. And in my years in the co-op sector, I've met some amazing cooperators and amazing technical cooperators. And a lot of them are burnt out because there's a reliance or an expectation on sweat equity. And I think we need to have that conversation. Let's properly finance in order to be able to take this on. But it's not just about money. I think it's about runway as well. So we mentioned about getting rid of a lot of tech jobs in the US. And yes, that happens because it's short-termism. They don't care about the people that work for them. So they'll take them on, give them big wages, and then 6 months later they're gone. So that's not what we're about. So we need to think about money that gives you runway to build the thing that you're trying to build, in my opinion. So just on the evil point, my brother actually used to work for Google in their X division. Now, I was going to say that my brother's not evil, but actually, when I was 5 years old, I thought he was pretty evil. So perhaps maybe Cory's onto something. But no, I went in to visit him and his colleagues for lunch one day, and some of the brightest minds on the planet working on AI and hardware. And they asked what I do, and I explained what co-ops were. And literally, you could hear a pin drop, the silence in the room. Like, what? So you're saying we could actually do what we're doing, the great work that we're doing, and we could help humanity instead of Wall Street? And their minds were blown. So we've got a real job here to get that message out. And I think we need to emphasize about one of my passions, which is dignity of work. You know, these are not all bad people that work for these organizations. They would love to work for a co-op and fix that problem. But personally, I think the only way we're going to achieve that is having the conversation around capital. And I was at a conference in Rome in 2022 where a few of the big fund managers talked, mutual fund managers, and they pointed out they own Google, they own Facebook. And it's not through choice, it's because these are the opportunities that they have to invest, and they need to invest for the behalf of their members and make a return. So if there's another way, if there's an alternative, if we can marry what we're doing in the co-op world with perhaps the mutual world, and I call it the pension funds, that could be an opportunity. And there's big money there. Trillions of dollars sitting in pension funds, and the projection is by 2032, that figure to rise to $130 trillion. So if we can tap into that in some way, I think we should definitely have that conversation. And co-ops, in my opinion, are the natural home for ESG. And I know ESG is not a word sometimes that's banded around too much now, but I still stand by that. And the top 5 ESG investments are the ones that Cory mentioned: Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Tesla. It's crazy. So why can't we pour some of that money into the co-op sector? Dom here knows we've had this conversation. I did a master's in co-ops, and my final paper was on pensions and cooperatives and how we can contribute to the cooperative economy. There's 665 million that we put into pensions every year in the co-op sector. Almost all of that ends up in Microsoft and Apple and so forth, and maybe we could look to change that. So, just to complete, I do want to point out something. A lot of you will be aware of the statement, the cooperative identity and the review that's going through, and I want to quote just a couple of very quick things here. Principle 3 reminds us that members allocate surpluses not just for their own benefit, but to strengthen their cooperative and shared goals. And Principle 7 calls us to act in service of community, and this is the new bit, and to work towards a peaceful, just, and sustainable future. So if our members want to honor those principles by building a better organization, a better business, a better co-op, one that serves people, and by helping millions around the world save for a dignified retirement, then the capital we need becomes available on values-aligned terms and at scale. And if we can do that, we're not just going to build platforms, we're transferring the cooperative economy. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Stephen. Okay, we're just going to squeeze 2 questions in before we go to our break. First one is over here.
Hi, Paul Robinson from National Members Council of Co-op Group. Thank you very much for that panel. There are so many open, ethical, federated alternatives to the big tech platforms that you talked about. And a quick plug for social.coop. If you're looking for a cooperatively owned social media platform, social.coop on Mastodon, fantastic place to be. How do we solve the discoverability problem? to allow people to find alternatives to those big tech platforms that you mentioned in your talk, Cory?
Shall I take that? I think I'm mic'd. Maybe I'm double mic'd now. So I dispute very slightly that the problem is discovery. I think people, obviously not everyone knows about Mastodon, social.coop and so on. I think the real problem is what our economist friends call switching costs. That, you know, you're on Twitter or Facebook or wherever you are now because you love the people who are there more than you hate the people who own those services. And leaving behind Twitter or Facebook comes at a very high cost. Now, there are ways technology can resolve this cost. So I mentioned before that Facebook opened to the general public at a time when everyone was using MySpace, and they offered them a better experience by promising them more privacy. But obviously there's a limit to how many times you can just go and hang out on the newly opened Facebook and read their lovely privacy policy while you wait for your dumb friends to join you. And so instead, what Facebook did was it created a scraper, a bot. And you gave that bot your login and password. It would go to MySpace several times a day, pretending to be you, would grab everything your friends had posted there for you to see, put it in your Facebook feed, and you could reply to it, and it would push it back out again. It's not technically challenging to do that to Facebook or Twitter today, but you know, when they did it to us, that was progress. If we do it to them, that's piracy. Article 6 of the Copyright Directive makes it a crime. Now, I said in passing that Article 6 of the Copyright Directive and laws like it all around the world were passed because the US Trade Representative said, unless you pass a law like this, America's going to put tariffs on your goods. So happy Liberation Day, everyone. We no longer need these laws. The threat has already been realized. This is an opportunity for us to ease people's passage out of every kind of tech monopoly silo, and moreover, to consume the monopoly rents that they've accumulated as a way of creating a new industrial tech center in the countries that they've been exploiting, to use that monopoly rent as a kind of jet fuel for like a disposable rocket stage to push other tech sectors into a stable orbit that will compete with tech, with American tech by delivering things people want instead of things that those firms' shareholders want.
Thank you. And just squeeze in one more question in before we finish from the main room. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Ian Hewitt from East Midlands Cooperatives, and I'm told I'm an ambassador, so I've got to be careful what I say. I'm also the climate officer for Knott's Trades Council and involved in something called New Lucas Plan. So Trebor Schultz and Nathan Schneider established the platform co-op movement, and some of us in the co-op lobbied them to work more closely with cooperative values and principles. And I got an email from Richard Stallman, who was also part of that group, who said he thought that cooperative values and principles kind of looked all right to him. He's kind of a bit of a philosopher and the founder of open source, the GPL that Chris talked to. Now, the downside, oh yeah, Trebor Schultz has just convened a conference in Turkey, which has developed an international conference on cooperative AI and what that might mean. So maybe we should look at that. I think we're in serious trouble because under Doge, Palantir, this wonderful software organization that Cory didn't mention and is now embedded in the NHS, has linked together the big databases in the US state and are looking to get rid of, basically, democracy. So I think we're in serious trouble, as Cory mentioned. In 1936 and 1938, the co-op movement convened cooperative pageants, one in Wembley, one in Manchester, where over 60,000 people turned up to celebrate cooperation in the face of insurgent fascism. I think we need something similar today to get people out and on side. Thank you.
There was a question in there, was there?
Okay, so that's fine, Shirley. We're going to go straight to, I'm just concerned with the time. And what, we did ask Trebor to join us today and he was unavailable. We've started, I'm sure you're all thinking and you've all got lots and lots of questions. So these guys are going to be around for the break and we are going to move to the break now. But for now, can we have a huge round of applause for our panel? If you would like to continue the conversation and be part of the solution, as Chris said after the break, there's a breakout session in the Bright Hall where you can speak with John, Rob and the team about what's next for owning our tech and come up with some solutions. We're going to have a 30-minute refreshment break, so can you please be back in here by midday promptly so that we can get back on time. So in the council chamber, the premieres of Changemakers documentary will be running at that time, along with the roundtheworld.coop. Thank you.
welcome back everyone. If I can just ask you to take a seat. So welcome back from the break. I hope we're getting into the swing of things. Just a reminder, if you want to access the translation app, please scan the QR code on the screen. We do realize that it's running quite slowly, so if you're having a problem with the Wi-Fi, you might want to use your own data just for a little bit. We are doing our best to try and get that sorted, so hopefully it'll be sorted shortly. You may have realized I'm not Rose. She's just being interviewed at the moment, so I'm Emma from Co-ops UK, so just welcoming you back after the break. If you'd like to carry on the conversation about tech, then you can head up to the Bright Hall on the second floor through this door, where John Robb and Co-Tech collaborate on what's next for owning our tech. In the council chamber, just through there, we have the premiere of a Changemakers documentary, which we've worked on with Around the World Co-op, featuring the simply inspiring Sumo Whole Foods and Equal Care Co-op. Next, we have a fantastic session for you in the main hall, discussing how cooperatives build a better world. And I'll hand over to Rebecca Harvey, Executive Editor of the Co-op News. Thanks.
So first of all, a massive hello and welcome to this panel, which is going to be a conversation about the global outlook for our global cooperative movement. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome so many friends in this room from so many different parts of the world. And I'm equally delighted to introduce a panel with a really, really global outlook. As Emma mentioned, my name's Rebecca Harvey, and I'm the Executive Editor of Co-op News. And for those who don't know, Co-op News is a magazine and a news website about the worldwide cooperative movement. With me on stage, we have Jeroen Douglas, who is the Director General of the International Cooperative Alliance. We have Andrew Pakes, who is the Labour and Co-op MP for Peterborough, and is also chair of the, of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Mutuals. We also have Noel Raboy, who is the President and Chief Executive of Climbs Life and General Insurance Co-op in the Philippines. We have Debbie Robinson, who wears, well, everyone wears many hats on this panel, but Debbie in particular wears a lot of hats. She's here as Chief Executive of Central Co-op, but I'm sure we will talk about many other things as well. And last but not least, we have Todor Ivanov, who is Secretary General of Euro Co-op. I think this panel is incredibly important because we are here today, halfway through the second international year of cooperatives. And a lot of you know there's been a big festival of cooperation across Manchester this week. And one thing I've taken away from lots of conversations is that the international year is a starting block. It's not a finish line. And the theme of the IYC, of course, is Co-ops Build a Better World. And another thing that has struck me through my conversations is that build is a verb. It's a doing word. What are we doing? What are we trying to do? What are we trying to build? What can we do better? And what is in our way? So today's conversation, we're going to touch on why the co-op movement, despite its really significant social and economic contributions, is really underrepresented in business narratives. We're going to look at some of the successful business strategies and case studies from around the world. We're going to hear how co-ops can stay true to values in a fractured world. And we're going to look to the future. How can co-ops support each other to be better, to be a more compelling voice in national and international policy and business rhetoric? And as I said earlier, how can we all be better builders? So we're going to have a chat for about 45 minutes or so, and then we'll have time for a nice lot of questions at the end. But I'm going to stop talking now, and first of all, hand over to Jeroen Douglas. So Jeroen, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a very busy year for you. Your first year as Director General. You just approved the strategy for the ICA at the General Assembly. So what's the global outlook from your perspective?
So thank you. Great to be on this panel and here. So the global outlook is a big question, of course. Let me just focus on the international year that has started. It's the second one in a bit more than a decade. Pauline Green welcomed it back then. I now give all the thanks to the United Nations for this beautiful gift. But this international year comes together with a tipping point year, as I call it. 2025 is also marked as the transition year where a large geopolitical and geoeconomical paradigm shift is taking place. So this so-called Kondratiev wave. This famous economist described that every 40 years we move to a dramatic change in power shift. Well, the last one was when the Berlin Wall fell, and now we are moving to another huge change. And the global landscape looks bright because co-ops have shown that they are able to survive the First World War, the Second World War, and I'm sure also the huge change that comes to us right now. It's all about enshittification, the previous speaker, but for me that is a metaphor for how the whole economy is an enshittification, not only the tech world. Co-ops are there to de-enshittify, and we are having the answer to that. So I really feel that the first year and a half has been an interesting ride in my position as Director General to support and try to amplify the story of co-ops because, and that's the last thing, we need to do better in terms of communication. It was Barack Obama who said, co-ops are the best kept secret, and we need to unlock that.
Thank you. No, that's a really good introduction. I think one thing I'd like to pull out as well this year, you've also set up the Cooperative Mutuals 50. I wonder if you could say a little bit about that, because that is as a storytelling mechanism on a global stage could be quite a powerful thing.
The what exactly? I'm sorry?
The CM50.
Oh yes, I'm sorry about that. So, at the opening of the International Year in Delhi last November, in the corridors, many sector leads came and they say, you know what, we need to take advantage of this 2025 year of change, and let's bring our C-suite leaders from the larger co-ops in the world together. So Cooperative Mutuals 50, a fantasy name linking to G20, G77, is a statement that we are building up now towards the second World Social Summit that will take place in the first week of November in Doha, Qatar. It's the second. The first one was in 1995, when the aftermath of this Berlin Wall fell was there and euphoria was in the air. The winning model, the end of history, is the neoliberal capitalist model. We only need to ensure there is prosperity for all, sustainability for all, and peace for all. Well, 30 years down the line, it's a sobering reality that this is not at all the case. So at this Second World Social Summit, by the way, the first one was the foundations for the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainability Development Goals. Secretary General Antonio Guterres is inviting all the heads of states to discuss really the future of this new economy. So CM50 is a social contract for a new global economy. We want to pitch that as an alternative. And we believe that we are a new Davos, because also the moral compass of the World Economic Forum was unable to solve the three issues I've meant. And I believe we need to get out of our holes and not suffer anymore from our inferiority complex, but show that we are the real leaders of a future economy.
Thank you.
That's CM50 all about.
Debbie, I'm going to jump to you now, if that's okay. Have you got a microphone there? Yeah, brilliant. Because you are, of course, a member of the CM50 alongside many other roles. So in your view, how do you think co-op leaders can use their position to build a better world?
I'm just going to, oh, it's on. That's brilliant. Thank you. Well, I want to start off by thanking Jerome, and I want to start by thanking the other members of the CM50, so I can see a few of them in the room here today. Thank you for taking the initiative, because again, we're really good at talking as co-ops, aren't we? And we actually preach the converted quite a bit. But what I love about it is the clear call to action. It's on us. We couldn't have a better platform. United Nations designating the year as the International Year of Cooperatives and Mutual. It's a gift. In the UK, we have a government whose ambition is to double the size of the co-op and the mutuals economy. Again, so far, bit of a statement. Where's the plan behind it? But historically, we have looked to others to kind of to help us. And I'd like to go back to the pioneers, of course, resided here in Rochdale before social media was invented. before the Internet of Things, but actually word spread incredibly quickly. And I think the bottom line is, if you've got a good enough idea, people will want to adopt it. And I think the root issue is, as co-ops, we need to be more successful than we currently are. And we need to use the founding principles of self-help and self-responsibility, and to seize the moment that is in front of us. They're not always easy things to say, but I think most of us that have worked in the movement most of our working lives, you know, if we're being honest with each other. So I missed the tech presentation that was just before the break. I heard it was absolutely phenomenal. As part of the CM50, 3 ideas have emerged for us to take forward. One of them is around education, which Phil Ponsonby, who's in the room, was leading on, and also peace, which Shireen Cory had raised. And then our group had the idea of the Internet of Things. A new cloud, arguably even a new currency that co-ops could actually trade. But we have to trade our way out of this. And I think we have to focus and give greater priority to co-op trade. We need to be better at identifying the challenges that we have individually and collectively, and find cooperative solutions to this. Our society has been involved in the hackathons that Cooperatives UK have organised. There are brilliant ideas coming out, but we have to pull together and we have to find some very simple mechanics that we can all buy into and contribute towards financially, because we're all spending a lot of money with other organisations, and we don't think twice about dropping $500,000 in the pockets of PwC or KPMG. But if we were to bring all of that together and actually create our own expertise, in fact, we have brilliant expertise already in our apex bodies. Cooperatives UK are currently helping us through a potential transfer of engagements by giving professional help and support that absolutely maintain the integrity of cooperation.
Thank you, Debbie. I know that for you, Debbie, that cooperative engagement is about giving professional help and support that absolutely maintain the integrity of cooperation. Fund for International Development, which Debbie organised earlier. There is a second session on corporate development tomorrow, which I really encourage people to go to, which has more women on the panel. The scheduling went a bit wonky. But Debbie, I wonder if you could say just very, very briefly about that fund.
Thanks very much, and thank you for your support. And I also have a fellow director in Doctorow who runs Euro Co-op. So the Fund for International Cooperative Development for us is very much a good society to our founding members. Thank you for your support. And I also have a fellow director in Doctorow who runs Euro Co-op. So the Fund for International Cooperative Development for us is, and for other societies who are the founding members, we are the Cory Co-op group, I'll call out Lincolnshire Co-op. We have members join from the Philippines, so very quickly it's becoming a truly international fund itself, and we are again supported by Cooperatives UK in terms of helping us with the construct to make sure that we do that in a truly democratic and cooperative way. For us, it's a natural extension of fair trade, which co-ops have led on all over the world, actually. And Jerome has a history of working with the Fair Trade Foundation and the introduction of the Fair Trade Mark, as we did here in the UK 31 years ago. It goes further in that it's not just about a fair trade mark, so a little bit extra for the producers. And there are 3 key strands to it. One of them is a rebuild post-conflict, and gosh, aren't we going to need that in the not too distant future. And the other is immediate help in the need of, in the time of conflict. and we were able to support Co-op Ukraine through Co-op Poland just as the war broke out. And the other part is the trade aspect of it, and this is very much part of our Malawi partnership. So this is less about aid and absolutely about trade. It's about making a commitment to the growth and development, economic participation in co-ops through working with producer countries to organise themselves as true and effective co-ops and committing to trading with them through thick and thin. So if there is a natural disaster, if the weather doesn't produce the sort of crop, of course you have to go looking elsewhere in that moment, but it is not breaking your cooperative commitment to continually work with those communities and to support them and lift them out of poverty. This will give the movement future food security. With the geopolitical environment that we're all operating in, we are going to need our cooperative friends and allies all over the world. And that sort of kind of neatly comes back to the idea at the CM50 of co-op.coop.com, which is, you know, an ethical eBay, a platform to rival and actually to blow Amazon out of the water. And we do need, the technological revolution should make it so much easier than it was for the Rochdale pioneers to get the message across and to organise ourselves effectively.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you. It's interesting you touch on geopolitical challenges because this is at the heart of everything that's going on in Eurocoop as well. So let me introduce Todo. So tell us briefly about Eurocoop and give us the European perspective and the consumer movement perspective on the state of cooperation at the moment. Just a small question.
Thank you very much. Good day to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. So Rebecca, I mean, Eurocoop brings together 19 different consumer co-op federations in 19 different countries. They're all of different sizes, they're of different cultural backgrounds, historical backgrounds, legislative frameworks are different, everything is different, but one thing is common, they're all co-ops, and that helps. And it's predominantly in the same market, the retail market. Our mission in Eurocoop is since 1957, we're actually the first European sector established in Brussels, is to lobby Brussels, to lobby the institutions. That's why we're there, and we've always been there, and I hope we'll always be there. There are challenges, though. There's great potential, but there are challenges. Let's start with the challenges. One challenge that faces, I think, all consumer co-ops across the continent is over-regulation, especially coming from Brussels. Now, I know that after Brexit, Brussels is less relevant for the UK food co-ops, the consumer co-ops, but at least the ones that are still in the European Union, that is a huge problem because over-regulation of just more and more rules placed on economic operators, specifically retailers. That is one challenge. Connected to that is inadequate legislative and policy frameworks. So an example of that is in one of the strategic papers of the European Commission on how we can support the retail sector across the wide EU. One of the examples is to overcome the challenge of access to capital is, well, retailers could also use angel investors in private investment. And we had to explain to the Commission, that's fantastic, but how would that work in a cooperative retailer? That wouldn't happen because it would violate the one member, one rule and equity and principles. So over-regulation. Then when there is regulation, it's inadequate for the cooperative specificities. That, setting aside that, another challenge is growing competition. Growing competition from multinational retailers, from national retailers, private companies that are vertically integrated, and that creates an additional pressure on our members. One of the ways out, and I think the easiest way out, is more direct collaboration, co-op to co-op business. We need to trade ourselves out of these challenges. And Debbie's right, we need fresh ideas, but I think we need to dream, and to dream boldly. And I thank Debbie for, since she's joined Eurocoop 5 years ago.
Another hat.
another hat, Vice President of Euroco-op. Yes, thank you. I would say Executive Vice President of Euroco-op. And to dream big. And I would like to thank Jeroen as well, since joining the ICA, that you introduced this dream, big dreams, back to the movement that I think we have lost as a global movement since Dame Pauline Green was heading the alliance. So we need to dream big, but then dreams are not enough. We need to act. And we act by co-op to co-op. You touched upon the fund. That is one way of building direct, first of all, helping capacity building on local level with the idea of integrated direct value chains. And the Malawi project, which Central Co-op did launch 2 years ago, I believe, is a fantastic example of that. So challenges all over the place, but let's conclude with, I will conclude with this other oxymoron. It comes back to the policymakers and their understanding of not only consumer co-ops, but retailers. So on the one side, retailers are always bashed that you're either selling food too cheap because the farmers cannot get a premium, or it's too expensive for the consumer. But we cannot do both at the same time. So it's either too cheap or too expensive. It cannot be both. But when that type of logic finds its way into policy, we need to square the circle. We need to find the balance there. And retailers don't know what to do. Do we start paying premiums, but then the price goes up? But then that is not okay for the consumer. So how do you do that? How do you fix that vicious circle?
Have you got an answer to that yet?
Yeah, co-op private label, I think, is a great way forward, because there it is not only, it's not a matter of, it is the matter of the price, but it's actually having the true price of products. The current prices that everyone, all of us are consumers, and it's very easy to understand. All of us shop in stores. When you go and buy something, you don't know whether this price is the actual true price of the product, taking into consideration the environmental, the social, and the economic sustainability. At the moment, price from a business economic perspective is so long as I take something and then I sell it for a profit. That's the economic indicator. That's fine. Yeah, but where is the social price and the environmental price of the product? That is not factored in. They're currently external to the price. So the only way, and I think co-ops, food co-ops, can be instrumental in changing the rhetoric, shifting the paradigm, and explaining to the policymakers that it is doable through the private label. Thank you.
Interesting, thank you. From Europe, we're going to move to the Asia-Pacific region, and Noel Raboy, who, as I said, was the Chief Executive of Climbs. Could you explain a little bit about your organisation and what you do? Because there's some fascinating things going on in the Philippines.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Could you hold the mic a little bit closer?
Okay, thank you. Climbs is a cooperative insurance in the Philippines, and we are around 10 million insured Filipinos, impacting around 35 million. And that model, as a cooperative model, we been part of the 100-year celebration of the Cooperative College UK, and we showcase also our education. It is here, the same hall, and on that cooperative education, for us who were here together with our chairperson and some of the management team, we're able to unlock that the power of cooperatives is too huge that we need to connect it with the people. So one of that is the Climbs model, because it is organized by primary cooperatives. Their passion is to help, to protect, and we are very lucky in the Philippines because out of our net surplus, the 10% is the 10% allocation for education. And with that, because for the past 50 years, we are very still in the credit savings model for our primary cooperatives, but when you look into cooperative business, it's not that much. In fact, access of capital is not well being given to the cooperatives. And our location also is, we are in archipelago. We have 7,101 islands. So it means to say we are cooperative, but we are also very individualistic. So it is on the Cooperative College of UK that we said, okay, we are not an insurance anymore. We are not just only an insurance. We can scale through education. But bringing co-op leaders is very expensive here. So that's why we ask when we went to the Rochdale Pioneers and experienced that values and principles that differentiate the corporation and the cooperative model. And I think all of us, because of the Rochdale Pioneers, missionaries went to the Philippines and bring cooperative model. And to have a better world, I think we have to align our co-ops minds in the Philippines. We have to align our mindset of these principles and values. That's why we are very passionate when you look into having business enterprise. No? An example for that, as of now, what we need is the advocacy, because regulations are not that favorable to the cooperative model, and that is being maybe influenced by capitalists. So we don't have that much cooperative enterprise. We are mesmerized when we saw Co-op Mart within UK and Europe. But you cannot find that in the Philippines, because if you put up a Co-op Mart, then tax and government regulations will tell you you are transacting to non-members. So that's why advocacy will play a vital role to bring also our legislators, our leaders, politicians, what this cooperative model all about. And we are going that to our Philippine Chamber of Co-ops, because it is non-profit organization that advocates mainly on values and principles on doing business. Second, also, we are very thankful for the Cooperative College of UK that we can have also the Co-op College, even though it's a replica, because some of us cannot afford to come here, and we will bring also co-op leaders to that experience. When I went to Pioneers Museum, I can still feel the 1800s, and that's a motivation when we went back to the Philippines and we will change our strategy. It's not anymore how many premiums that you will reach, how many bottom line, the return of investment that you will give to your investors. But you are looking here, how many Filipinos that we will insure. And we will insure the vulnerables. We will go with parametric insurance because government and private companies will not do that because they are profit-centered or capitalists. So it changed the way we look at it. And I think by having us here part of this panel, we are bringing around almost 300 cooperative leaders in the Philippines in the partnership with Co-op College UK. And that is yearly. And next year that will be opened. And we hope that ICA can make that also one of the flagship, bringing far countries that have access to that. Because education is the key for cooperatives. Without that education, we will be shifting. Thank you. We will be shifting. Yesterday, I joined the Co-op Identity. And I know some of us, especially primary cooperatives that would like investors, passive investors will put it their capital and make some good return because the cooperative's been there for so long. In the Philippines, we put that one as passive investor. We still enroll with them, but they are not entitled to vote. They are member not in good standing. Our worries now is on the federation, because in the federation, if the model of the cooperative in democratic control will be corporized, in a corporate model, then that will become exclusive. And once exclusivity will come in because you cannot join, then I think our Rochdale pioneers, I saw them that they're able to shake their hands. I hope that they will discuss again once we will upgrade or discuss about what will be the co-op identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. That's an absolutely brilliant description of how you change your mindset. And you're so right about education being such a key part of it. I don't know if Dulce in the room, Dulce Bustamante, is she not here? I was having a conversation with her last week about the Co-op Laboratory project, which is a project that involves setting up co-ops in schools, supported by guardian co-ops from primary federations, or primary cooperatives, sorry. And that idea of education seeding down through generations is absolutely vital. So congratulations on what you're doing. It's fantastic to hear, and I'm sure we'll hear more from you shortly. Andrew, let's bring it back to the UK for a second. So Andrew, as I said, is a Member of Parliament, and he's also chair of the APPG, the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Mutuals. So for those who are new to the term, Andrew, could you explain a little bit about what that is?
Yeah, of course. And let me firstly say, I feel hugely privileged to be here with you all. After all the day-to-day things you imagine happens in politics, it feels like coming home, coming to a co-op movement. I am a child of the movement, and politics can be tough, public life can be tough, and I just get energy from all of these wonderful conversations. Quite literally, when I was growing up, if we had a royal family, our queen was Pauline Green. So we are co-operators through and through in our thing. And actually, I think the conversation we've had, which links to the APPG, which is really important, is that, and listening to all of these really rich conversations, which is, I think the world is at an influx moment where it could go bad, or it could decide to come back from that moment. I genuinely think that to be really, really true. I think there is a battle out there, and one of those critical battles is about the definition of community. I think there are people and movements sat in different rooms to us who are trying to make community about exclusion and drawing up bridges and putting barriers between people. And what has always sustained me through my politics is this sense that community is an open, plural, outward-looking concept. And that battle for who defines what communities are will be one of the underlying battles of our era. Community through economics, community through equality, community through power in the world between nations, but within nations and within communities. And I fear in a world where we should try to be popular, and that's not bad for politicians, but the trouble is we are losing out to a battle of those who are populist. And there are far-right movements and far-right politicians who are cutting the legs off net zero and climate, cutting away women's rights, taking money away from social inclusion and tackling poverty, giving money to their rich friends and away from the communities that deserve it. Those are the battle lines. And the greatest tribune we have in that global battle is the movement we are talking about today. And to me, that big politics defines what I do as local. So you actually asked me a different question. But I was so moved by the conversations amongst friends this morning in this panel, just to say that big point, which is actually what I do day to day as a local MP actually links to that bigger picture of how we tell those stories locally. So an all-party parliamentary group, you ask, what is that strange thing? It's a thing in Parliament which is a group of MPs, cross-party, which brings us together to push and develop issues. So I'm chair of the all-party group on mutuals, which works with mainly Labour and Co-op MPs, but people from other parties as well, to build a consensus about the role of mutuals and co-ops in society. We're working really closely with the government's Mutuals and Cooperative Council, being a connection point between MPs and our communities, between that big ambition of how do we double the size of the cooperative movement. I always say it's about the plumbing and wiring. You know, the ambition of the movement will come from the movement, but what politicians can do is we can make sure the wiring of government and the plumbing of government is there in a way that helps the cooperative movement. And that may seem small on one level, but it's a huge privilege to get to try and replumb government so it helps build a movement rather than creates barriers for a movement.
I think you're going to need some... yeah. I was going to say, I think we need some bigger plumbing, hopefully, this year, because, of course, Labour's pledge to double the co-op mutual economy in the UK has been held up as an example around the world. So I guess from your perspective as an MP internally, what is the real-world political support for achieving this? And what's the real-world political support for achieving doubling the economy, the co-op economy?
Yeah, well, I think we need to build that concept. We now have a government which has come in, and we've had a Prime Minister and a Chancellor, Senior Finance Minister, set out that ambition for doubling the size of the cooperative and mutual economy. And that can mean many things. It could just mean the big co-ops growing. And that's not a bad thing, because we grow the cooperative ideal. It can also mean we plant 1,000 acorns and create capacity and capability to allow community co-ops. And I actually think they're linked. I think we need the big players in this space to work with the medium and small players to see how we build that bulwark against populism in there. So I'm really pleased that the cooperative members of the Cooperative and Mutual Council are working with government around some of those social objectives. How do we work? Big issues like housing and others, social care, which we know are major challenges. You know, this movement is best when it leans into the challenges we face. And in the UK, we know, like many other countries, affordable housing that people can rent and find security as a decent home is one of them. How do we look after our elderly or those who are most vulnerable, who are younger? That social care are two big issues. They're big issues because either the free market has either fleeced us all and taken the money out of the market, or the free market sees it as not a profit margin, so it doesn't want to get into the market. In that creative space is a world where cooperatives can demonstrate a different economic model. And actually what's brilliant about rooms like this and congresses like this is that for a British politician, there is so much we can learn from other parts of the world. And this is not about Britain projecting itself, it's about Britain learning and reaching out. And I know there's some brilliant examples of social care cooperatives, housing cooperatives in different parts of the world. And one of the things I'm doing as a British MP is putting forward this bill around cooperative housing tenure, because one of the spanners we need to fix the plumbing of cooperative housing in the UK is that the law for co-op tenancies is just arcane. That makes it harder for people who want to form a housing co-op. It also makes it harder for people who want to get finance for a housing co-op, because you're charged more by banks, or banks don't recognise you exist because you're this odd thing which doesn't exist in legal terms. So putting that legislation forward, working with things, won't build us more housing co-ops, but it will give power to the movement so that you can build more housing co-ops, because we remove the barriers from the way. And to me, that's the dynamic we want. How do we work as politicians to create the conditions in which the movement itself can continue to grow and thrive?
That's really helpful. Thank you, Angie. I guess moving, associated with that, my next question is around policy, because this has been a common thread through all the answers that we've had today. So my question is, what tools can co-ops and governments use to promote the growth of co-ops nationally and internationally? What policy levers can we be pulling? And I'll open it up to whoever wants to take this. Jeroen?
Yeah. Well, as I said already earlier, we will face some formidable changes. You were talking just about housing, for instance, but numbers show that also due to climate change, large parts of Africa will become uninhabitable. And large parts of Asia will also become uninhabitable because of too much heat, simply, and a lack of water. So I don't want to sound too dystopian here, but between now and 2050, we expect another 2 to 3 billion migrants moving to safer spaces. 2 to 3 billion migrants. And we can just say, wow, that's happening, but we rather bring in cooperative housing for community building, preparing this huge wave, which is almost unimaginable, but then let it go and see what happens. So I believe co-ops can help to steer the design of a more resilient planet. And the good thing is, it's now 2 days ago that our General Assembly, we adopted our new strategy 2026-2030 with a outlook way beyond that, by the way, which is about practicing, promoting, and also protecting the co-ops and their future. And one of the core elements is that we need to build a co-op cloud. A technology space is another example. How we can also build our counter-technology against the so-called Magnificent Seven. Again, this is in reference to this enshittification speech we've heard earlier. And I believe with Co-op Cloud we can and must build our own free space. And there's a lot of opportunities there as well. In terms of food, and that's the last example I will give, between now and 2050, it's been calculated the globe needs to produce 70% more food than we already do. And that's even not calculating all the inefficiencies and waste of food. It's just the bare need to feed all the growing population their changing diet. Co-ops need to be our climate heroes in the field of food and retail and banking. So there's so much to do, but we need to get better organized and have a very clear proposition. So that's how I believe the co-op movement can build a future, build a better world for us all.
Thank you, Jeroen. Can I just bring it back to Noel, actually, because I know at Climes you have some very specific climate resilience policies, don't you?
I think Jeroen nailed it down, no? When you talk about how cooperatives can help also on the mitigation and resiliency. Climes in the Philippines, we are sad that we are always have the typhoon, 20 typhoons in a year, with 5 typhoons who are with inland and mostly aggressive and devastating. So we look in through partnership also with ICMIF. ICMIF helped us to support our requirements, and this is where that cooperations among cooperatives will come in, because insurance is not just a premium that we look into. We look into how we can support our farmers after loss, after typhoon. So of course there are some losses that, and then government, they are still on the indemnity side, but we are still gaining our advocacy that we can influence the government that they will, in fact, we told them, we will give you this model because we believe that the model of this insurance owned by the cooperative can help our farmers, can support our issues of food security. So cooperative model really, to fast track our traction, I think the values of solidarity, understanding each one of us, then anything happens.
Thank you. Toto, did you want to come in on this policy aspect?
Yeah, I mean, it's very complex, but we need to break it down into the basic components. Public policy is there to fix problems, but so are co-ops. And of course, so are private businesses, I imagine, so long as they make a profit, which is, and probably maximize profit. So I think, at least this is my own personal view, we need a paradigm shift and a change in the way we define the relationship between what public policy is, why it's there, and its relationship to the solutions it tries to produce. And because what we see is more and more of the solutions mobilized to fix public, or as a result of public policy, are privately owned solutions, vehicles, and cooperatives need to enter that space. Now, to enter that space, the people drafting public policy need to understand that and need a change in their paradigm. If we had at least 50% of the people in elected office like Andrew, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So it's really public policy and how co-ops can find their place in that conversation, because it's the same, we have the same objective. So policymakers trying to make policy to fix people's problems. But that's the mission, the raison d'être of cooperatives. It's not that hard. So I was listening to Stephen Gill earlier about access to capital. Well, for co-ops to get capital, most of the time, if if not all the time, they have to go to non-co-op solutions. So why? So that means the non-co-op solutions are the privately owned solutions. Well, we need to have our co-op exchange. When we're, as Jeroen said, we have a housing catastrophe coming probably. We need more cooperative housing because the added value stays locally.
That's interesting, thank you. And I guess that really impacts the outlook of cooperatives as well, because if you get the policy right, that supports co-ops and supports co-op growth. It is tricky. But coming back to growth, this is another thing that has come up again in a lot of conversations around the individual versus community, and how you can grow co-ops while keeping them rooted in membership, which is obviously the vital part. Debbie, obviously membership is a huge part of what you do at Central. So in your view, how can co-ops grow without compromising their values for a better outlook for their cooperative mission?
So I think the way co-ops could grow much more rapidly than they currently do. So certainly, you know, in the UK, we are not in a rapid growth phase by any stretch of the imagination. Is being truer to cooperative values and principles, is celebrating the point of difference and not pretending on occasions not to be a co-op. So I think there is the difference between co-ops and our competitors, if we look at the UK, is too small. So we've mentioned fair trade already. Well, you can buy fair trade in Aldi and Lidl, Tesco and Asda and absolutely everywhere. So this has to come down to courage. It has to be about thought leadership. It has to be very purpose-led and rooted in democracy by identifying from your member base what are the issues that are facing our members currently that they want us to find a solution to. I think there's something about recruitment and recruiting for people that are true to cooperative values and principles and don't see it as a way into a job to turn it into a PLC. So I think we've got to take a lot of stock ourselves on how we choose to operate. And then I think how we really grow is by harnessing the power of cooperation. Each and every time we make a decision, are we seeing if there is a cooperative solution? So insurance, financing, banking, they all exist as cooperative solutions, but how many of us have chosen a cooperator to work with? So there's a lot on each and every one of us, and there is definitely this thought leadership around where are we going directionally, what are the requirements of a thriving movement into the future, and to be quite frank, putting our money where our mouth is and contributing towards these initiatives and really supporting it, trusting. So for a time, we're probably running the systems that we currently do whilst creating serious, sustainable platforms for the future that we are prepared to invest in. But absolutely true to cooperation will be the route to our growth.
Thank you, Debbie. So I think it's been quite an interesting conversation just about where the outlook is. There's some positives, there's some negatives. We've got a bit of work to do, which is quite exciting. It's hard work, we'll get there, it'll be fine. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'm sure, hopefully, there'll be some questions that people want to come in. Otherwise, we'll keep nattering. Any questions from the floor? I've got Tanya at the back and this gentleman at the front as well. Let's go Tanya first, and then we'll come to the front.
Hi, I'm Tanya from Central. It's mainly to Andrew, really, regarding policies and in government. So we've got all the solutions in this room about getting people out of poverty, housing, everything. But when we write to the government, we're just sent to procurement. So my ask is, can you have a look at procurement and that co-ops are on the top of the agenda, but also how we can influence that policy as well. So it's an ask, please.
Andrew, do you want to come back to it?
Do you want to do them one at a time? Or
we can do a couple. Gentleman at the front.
I'd just like to ask the panel.
And introduce yourself as well. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm Mark Lewis from Cooperative Climate Action. So that's what it says on the thing. And I'd just like to ask the panel, do they think the cooperative movement can do more to combat the climate crisis than they're doing at the moment? And if so, what? I won't ask that to Debbie because she's doing it already.
Andrew, do you want to come back on the politics first?
Yep, I think that was it, I haven't got my glasses on, was it Tanya at the back?
Tanya.
I think that's you've given me some homework, I will happily do that. I know there is a really big piece of work happening in government around procurement and social value. I've been engaged around it because I'm particularly interested in ensuring we get my other passion in life, apprenticeships and local skilled labour and opportunities. And when money is spent through government procurement and others in a locality, then it actually benefits the community through creating opportunities. I hadn't picked up, which is my ignorance, that the cooperative movement wasn't part of those conversations, but mission accepted. Let's make sure we stay in touch, and I will raise that with our ministers and others and see if we can make some progress on it, because I think it's a really valuable point.
Before we come to the climate, I'm just going to come to Nicola, because Nicola is with the Co-op Council's Innovation Network, and they're doing a lot of work with procurement. So did you want to come back on that as well, Nick?
I will. Thank you very much. Nicola Huckabee, Co-op Council's Innovation Network. Andrew, Tuesday at the LGA conference, the network launched a council's co-op development toolkit, working with government. Our founder is Jim McMahon and Steve Reed and Baroness Sharon Taylor. Anybody who'd like to come to the online session, come and speak to me. It's on the 23rd of July. We'd love to have you there, either speaking or just to listen in. But there are things happening, and that's what's so brilliant about this movement. You know, we're all working together.
We're cooperating, in fact.
We're cooperating. How wonderful is that?
Jeroen, can we be doing more for the environment and the climate crisis?
Well, I would like to respond to the question on climate and the solutions co-ops could bring. Just a few examples we are now also trying to push at a global scale. One is that we have entered into a partnership with regenerative agriculture, regionagri.org. It is with the idea that we line up a large group of cooperative farmers worldwide in building net zero food supply chains. So it's all about smart water use, healthy soil management, reforestation and biodiversity on field in the landscape, and last but not least, carbon capturing technology. That needs to be brought to individual consumers through retail. So Regen Agri is the new fair trade, I would say. Another example that we're building at a global scale is, and that's also in the housing front, is building much smarter housing structures. Also in relation to the migration flow I've just mentioned, I think Co-op can play a very vital role in all that. And there's a series of other concrete solutions that we want to bring to the entire movement. So there's plenty to do, and I think Co-ops are very well positioned to make a good step, in particular in the field of adaptation. When it comes to mitigation, you go with the flow, and that's the last example. If you want to be net zero and you are not yet there because of your own energy transition taking more time, there is also a cooperative solution to buy or to offset your carbon footprint through the purchasing of cooperative carbons from surplus regions in the world that want to look for a premium. So Acorn is a platform that we have developed together with the Rabobank, a large cooperative bank, that helps to create a market space where supply and demand of carbon credits come together from a cooperative angle. So there are plenty of solutions that have a global scope, and we are going to communicate much more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Question at the front from Dame Pauline Green.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Pauline Green. I was president of the International Cooperative Alliance, and I was chief executive of Co-ops UK, so I have a long experience, 40 years in the co-op movement, and thank you very much for everyone who mentioned the fact I'm here. I just wanted to say I listened to the first session in here about tech and what the problems are, what the co-ops need to do for that, and I've listened to this one. both of which have been absolutely stimulating and brilliant, I have to say. I've really enjoyed them. In 2012, I had the privilege of opening the first International Year of Cooperatives in the United Nations General Assembly with Gordon Brown. And the theme between the two is that the theme is exactly the same. Cooperatives build a better world, building a better world. And what I'm listening to is all the challenges the co-op movement has to meet the problems of the moment. That was exactly the same in 2012. And my question is, for years I've thought there needs to be more innovation in the cooperative movement. Innovation around the principles of the Rochdale pioneers, but within the context of maintaining member control. And what I'd like to ask is, I've heard some things that are going on today, they're great, but we could do more if we innovated. And how much scope do you think, the panel, to innovate with the principles? I should tell you, I'm thinking particularly of the fact that I am a director of Co-op Exchange, which you alluded to, Theodore, and it is a really exciting a piece of work, and I think it needs a little bit of innovation, and I'm up for that.
Thank you. Would anyone like to come back on that, on innovation? How can we innovate more?
Just briefly, so we're now building a portal on the ICA website that gives access to a suite of solutions, digital, Co-op Exchange being one of them. We're building concrete implementation verticals on smart access to capital, on smart data solutions through Co-op Cloud. We want to develop also this partnership further with regenerative agriculture. We're building with .coop hopefully also a cooperative cultural heritage program with innovative purposeful leadership journeys for young leaders joining the movement. And we hope also to build this digital marketplace much better, because I believe when the ICA was founded 130 years ago, we do three things well. I think on communication we could do better. We're doing a lot there. We try to unite the movement, certainly. We are the good custodians of our cooperative statement. What we are not doing good enough, which was the fourth reason why the ICA was created, is to encourage trade among co-ops. And now the good thing, that's maybe the difference with 13 years back, that the digital tools are better around now than, I believe we have a huge opportunity now to deliver this co-op cloud.
That's one part of the innovation. Debbie, do you want to come back on this too?
So innovation absolutely will be our lifeblood. It has to be. And for me, the key thing is we've got to put our money where our mouth is. So we talk a lot in the movement, you know, we really do. This is an exceptional location and a great team of people. I think the CM50 is definitely a really great step forward around the ideation, and the energy that we've had, the facilitation of those groups has been exceptional. You know, literally you've got an hour and a half to kind of just put it out there, and the ideas, the innovation were not lacking, but there is something around how we organise ourselves and how we commit to financially to cooperative solutions to the needs of our members. And for me, we just need the money.
I think we're finished now. Go on.
Can I just say, way
Very
on this?
quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. A co-op is a co-op. I don't know if this is on. A co-op is a co-op, but it's not a charity. Business-wise decisions have to be made, no matter what. And I know it's a gray area, and it is a very uncomfortable conversation. But if we identify that in a given undertaking, staying prudently conservative, adhering to our principles and values to the letter is holding us back, then we should innovate on how those values and principles are applied, so long as the final result is in the general spirit of our principles and values. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm really sorry. We're going to have to stop now. Thank you so much, everybody. A huge round of applause for my panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and Jeroen, Debbie, Todo, Andrew, and Noel. What a fantastic panel it was. It truly sums up the opportunity that the International Year brings for us. So lots of food for thought for the rest of the weekend. So we now have our lunch break, plenty of time to network with colleagues, meet some of our international delegates, and we also have a range of exhibitors that I'm not going to go through right now. You can see them all downstairs along with the Cooperatives UK team. Lunch is available next door in the Zodiac Suite and downstairs in the Old Council Chamber off the main hall. There's seats in here and there's seats in the marquee, and we start back at 2:15.
Okay, Congress, we're going to make a start. If I can get your attention, please, and can those of you who want to take seats, take them now. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. I hope you've had a great lunch from the team here at Rochdale Town Hall. So, as mentioned before, we have got a range of breakout sessions which people are attending in our 3 different breakout spaces. But for those of you joining me this afternoon in the Great Hall and the Marquee, we've got a fantastic panel of speakers here for you. We're going to show you what the new pioneers of Greater Manchester are doing now, 180 years later, to build a fair and equitable world. Now, this morning, for those of you that were here, we invoked the power of Rochdale Town Hall to see what we thought the pioneers might think of the success that they've achieved. Now, I'm just wondering, could you tell us, Town Hall, what the pioneers might be doing now? So I don't know that they would be breakdancing, but just to give you the breadth of co-ops, the business support programme that Steve from the Cooperative Bank mentioned earlier today, one of the co-ops that has been recently started is the Birmingham Dance Cooperative. And we find that creatives in particular lend well to the co-op model. So it's something we're going to be talking about. So in this session, we'll hear what the new cooperative pioneers are doing, from healthcare to digital infrastructure, and we're going to feature an in-depth session with both Middleton Cooperating and Beyond the Music. But first, I'm going to hand over to someone who knows all about why it's so important to organise, to come together and to effect change. I am delighted to introduce commentator and journalist Grace Blakeley.
Thanks so much, Rose, and it's great to be here again at Congress for the 2nd year in a row. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about why the cooperative movement is so important in a broader political and economic context. It's really critical that we start by understanding the political context that we find ourselves in, because I don't think it's particularly controversial to say anymore that politics in this country is broken. Trust in political institutions is at all-time lows. Just 9% of people say they trust any political party, including the ones that they voted for. Turnout has been getting lower, especially when you look at it as a percentage of people who are eligible to vote. And there is a widespread mistrust of political elites. It's easy to dismiss this as a kind of uninformed populism and say that, people just aren't educated enough, and if they only understood the way that politics really works, they would have more faith in the system. But it's rooted in lived experience. A record 26% of people say they are struggling to live on their current income, up from 16% before the pandemic. The proportion who say they're living comfortably has fallen over the same period from 50% to a record low of 35%. 1 in 5 people in the UK are living in poverty, of which 4.3 million are children, which means that 1/3 of children in the UK are living in poverty. What's remarkable about these statistics as well is how stable that they've been over time. There's been no improvement in the UK's poverty statistics over 20 years, meaning many people have lived with a constant spectre of poverty and disenfranchisement across their whole lives. Meanwhile, the UK's richest families hold more wealth than 50% of the population. Certain parts of the country, as we know, are more affected by this than others. Regional inequality in the UK remains comparatively high, and poverty exists all across the UK. But what marks out the kind of left-behind communities, as our politicians call them, is a sense that things are not going to get any better, no matter what they do, no matter who's elected. This sense of powerlessness is fueling a deep crisis of despair. One study in the Lancet Medical Journal found that there were at least 46,000 deaths of despair in the UK over 2019 and 2020. Twice as many people lost their lives to deaths of despair in the northeast of England as in London. Of the 20 local authorities that have the highest rates of deaths of despair, 16 are in the north. Unsurprisingly, these are the places where the rejection of political elites runs deepest. far from being an irrational response to a well-functioning system or the result of a lack of information. This rejection represents a rejection of a political class that has promised the world and delivered so little. I remember door-knocking at several of the last several elections, and I encountered this same attitude again and again. You know, I would knock on someone's door and they would open the door kind of suspiciously, and then you would say, I'm here to talk to you about the election and try to figure out who you're voting for. And there would always be an attitude of, at first, suspicion. I would say, you know, what are your priorities? Often it came down to the economy. I remember a few people, you know, just, again, rehashing this question of how's any of this stuff going to get paid for? But when you go a little bit deeper, it's more than just skepticism about fiscal policy. There is a deep skepticism about the promises that are made by politicians at election time that they will ever be delivered. And I think that skepticism has only deepened over the course of the last several years of even this Labour government. And you can see why. The political class in Westminster seems out of touch enough to propose cuts to welfare at the same time as backtracking on closing a loophole to tax non-doms, some of the richest people in the country. Why is there such a gulf today between ruler and ruled? My book, Vulture Capitalism, argues that politics and economics aren't separate. What happens in the state reflects the balance of power in the economy and society more broadly. You know, we have this weird view sometimes in liberal politics that the billionaires are quite happy to kind of sit over here in the realm of the economy and let the politicians do their thing. And of course, we know now that that's very clearly not how it works. Just look at what's been going on in the US. But that's also something that's been happening here. Look at PPE procurement scandals. Look at private equity claiming that they got a massive win when Rachel Reeves climbed down on taxing carried interest. Look at the Greensill scandal, which I write about in my book. You know, there was a company, Greensill Capital, that hired our former Prime Minister, David Cameron, as a lobbyist, only for when that company got into trouble during the pandemic, this guy to fire off a bunch of texts to people in the Bank of England, the Treasury, saying, we need a bailout. That company went under with £300 million of taxpayers' money. If you are a struggling single mother, you don't get to text the governor of the Bank of England and say, I need a hand. That just shows the differences in access to our political class that happen depending on where you are in the economic spectrum. And these are not just individual examples of wrongdoing. They show us how the system works. Economic and political power are interchangeable, and everyone knows it. This doesn't come as a surprise when you talk to people on the streets about how power works in this country. In an economy built in the interests of the few, it is only natural that politics bends towards their interests too. So people become disillusioned and disenfranchised. They start to feel that politicians are all the same and that no matter how they vote, nothing is going to change. And for me, it's this sense of powerlessness that has become the defining political emotion of our age. And that, I think, is what is threatening democracy so much today. It is this sense of powerlessness, that no matter what you do, there's nothing that is going to change about the system that rules you. There's a story that I think is relevant here from Italy during the emergence of fascism, when Mussolini was coming to power. Mussolini was a former socialist, and his metaphor, where the word fascism comes from, is from the Roman weapon, the fasces. And this is a bundle of sticks that's tied together with an axe in the middle. And the idea is that one stick is very easy to break, but a bundle of sticks is very hard to break. This obviously connects to the long-standing metaphor used by the trade union movement of one finger, hard to break, a raised fist, one finger easy to break, a raised fist, much harder to break. And this language that appeals to so many people is a language of coming together and becoming empowered by building something bigger than themselves. That's how fascism becomes rooted in these communities. It's among people who feel alone, who feel lost, disempowered, and ignored, and want to have a sense of agency again. That's why people like Donald Trump succeed, right? It's because people who feel powerless, people who feel alone, project their sense of agency onto someone who makes them feel strong. And that is the danger that we are living with today. It's in an economy and a society that has become so concentrated, that has become so unequal, in which so many people feel so isolated and so disempowered, that it is the far right that is going to end up benefiting from all of those trends. How do we get here? So we all know about, the neoliberal transformation of the economy in the 1980s. I'm not going to go into all of that too much. But I want us to really think about what happened during that moment, because we're often told it was about shrinking the state and freeing the market. Now, in my latest book, Vulture Capitalism, I showed that that is not true. That's not what happened under neoliberalism. You didn't get a smaller state. Just ask the striking miners that were, beaten by police. Just ask the banks that were bailed out in the 2008 financial crisis. Just ask the massive monopolies that dominate our economy about the free market. That wasn't what happened. States didn't shrink. Markets didn't become free. Neoliberalism wasn't about shrinking the state. It was about crushing the collective power of ordinary people. It was about making it harder to resist. In the 70s, we faced what one French sociologist has called a crisis of ungovernability. It wasn't that the state had gotten too big, it was that people had gotten too confident. It wasn't just that workers were out demanding wages in line with inflation. They were demanding voice in the corporations in which they were working. You had an anti-apartheid movement, a peace movement, an environmental movement that was gaining power everywhere. And that was scary. What we saw in the 1980s was that those movements were crushed, sometimes using force, sometimes using legal avenues, but the greatest success of neoliberalism was an ideological shift. It implanted in all of us the belief that we are alone and we have to fight each other to survive. We saw this shift of workers not being workers anymore, instead they were entrepreneurs. So, back in the 50s and 60s, if we were going through a cost of living crisis, you couldn't afford anything, your co-workers couldn't afford anything, you'd probably talk to each other and say, well, we should do something about this. Today, you're much more likely to blame yourself and take out a high-interest payday loan. Citizens became consumers of public services, unable to really properly engage in democratic debate. Communities became isolated little households. We're all so busy competing with each other that we've forgotten how to work together to change the system. In other words, the reason that we feel powerless is that we are supposed to feel powerless. It makes us easier to govern. Today, even though a lot of us know the system is broken, we're struggling to conceive of how we might come together to change it. But today, I think this is starting to change. And a lot of the people who are creating that change are here in this room right now. People are coming together to challenge our centralized politics and build power in their workplaces, in their communities, and on the streets. And they are guided by this knowledge that I think has really been at the heart of the progressive movement since its inception, and that we've lost something of recently. Because progressive politics, the left, it didn't start when an intellectual kind of rode down into a community and said, have you guys considered starting a union? It would be great for class consciousness. It started because people were facing daily problems in their lives, and they knew that the only way to fight back against the people who were exploiting them was if they worked together, because they had a sense of the meaning of community, of collective power. And today, I think we are regaining some of that sense, albeit from a very low base. We're seeing how workers are coming together and forming their own cooperatives, forming worker buyout committees to take over the places that they work. Communities resisting the hollowing out of their places, forming energy co-ops and community land trusts and farming co-ops. And government is starting to take notice. We're seeing many of these co-ops being supported at the local level, and I know people in this room will be familiar with this, through, for example, procurement processes, through the community wealth building agenda. And this is why the cooperative movement can be so revolutionary, because it strikes at the heart of the ideology that keeps us disempowered, that keeps us believing that no matter what we do, no matter who we vote for, nothing's going to change, that keeps us believing that we have to wait for someone else to come and save us. When we build power in our communities, in our workplaces, in our societies, we learn that we are not alone, that we are stronger together, and that above all, nobody's coming to save us. And that isn't a point of pessimism, it's a point of hope, because we know from history, from the history of these movements, from the history of progressive politics, from the history of this town, that when we work together, we're capable of saving ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Grace. Some really strong words there. Thank you. The best, or one of the best examples I've seen of people coming together under a cooperative is right here in Rochdale, in a town down the road called Middleton. So I'm going to ask now Callum Nolan to tell you a little bit about Middleton Co-operative.
Cheers, Rose. How good is this? Is it good to be alive in Rochdale on a Friday afternoon or what? Make some noise. Come on, Congress. This is cool, lads. So, for those of you who don't know, Middleton is a town about 5 miles south of here, and it's part of Rochdale Borough. And I'm Callum, one of the founding members of Middleton Co-operating. And our story started in about 2019. And it started with a cotton mill, Warwick Mill, which I hope you'll see on the images on the screen at some point. Warwick Mill, it's a huge derelict building that towers over Middleton town centre, and many people in this room, including our councillors, know how much of a blot on Middleton this mill's been. It's 5 stories high, it's 250,000 square feet, and it's been fully empty for over 10 years, and about 90% of it's been empty for decades more. And it's a reminder for every Middletonian of what was and what could have been. So, in 2019, fellow founder of Middleton Co-operating, Mark Fraser, who's at the back, give us a wave, Mark, invited me and a few other Middletonians to a wonderful pub called the Old Boar's Head. If you're passing through Middleton on your way back home, down south maybe, please do check it out. And we discussed ways in which the community could perhaps assist the council in building a case to take the mill into public ownership. And we dreamt of how the mill could become a community asset, how it could be a bustling hub that sings and dances about cooperation and community wealth building. Imagine a building that has community-owned social housing, a community cinema, a food hall with locally owned bars and restaurants and other shops and businesses and trade and services that are all working together cooperatively and for the benefit of Middleton. How cool would that be? So then myself and Mark and the rest of the Old Boar's Head got quite excited and maybe quite merry, a little bit drunk maybe, and we formed the Warwick Mill Action Group. And we had some great meetings with the council and co-op people like yourselves up and down the country who really loved the vision, but we all agreed that it could take years to implement anything to do with the mill. So while we kept our fingers crossed that something wonderful could happen, and I know the council have been grafting and grafting for years to make something happen with this mill, but national property law makes it an absolute, absolute nightmare, as I'm sure our councillors will agree. We decided to take the vision of cooperation and community wealth building out of the confines of a building and turn Warwick Mill Action Group into Middleton Co-operating, a community benefit society that just wants to do good things in Middleton. So during lockdown, we held dozens of Zoom meetings with co-op experts and Middleton residents to co-design the rules for our community benefit society. And now we have 170 members and we operate in circles. The creation of a Greater Manchester Tenants Union branch in Middleton was the beginning of one of our first circles. Through our members, we realised that there was a problem with people living in poor living conditions on social housing on the Langley estate. Middleton Co-operating helped form a tenants union, which led to support for dozens of residents on Langley. This was typical wealth extraction, taking social rents out of our community and not being a responsible landlord. Now those residents have gone from feeling isolated and helpless to not only living in healthier living conditions, but turning into proper community leaders who now run their own branch, which has been amazing to witness. As well as forming a digital inclusion circle, MIDI-Digi, which helps get people online, we're really proud of Middleton Community Energy, our energy co-op, which is led by local residents and works closely with the council and is looking to install wind turbines and solar panels very soon in this borough. These are community-led groups taking proper action, working with anchor institutions to implement positive change. Then, Middleton Co-operating teamed up with the Culture Co-op. A few of the Culture Co-op people are here, and I want you to make some noise, Culture Co-op people. The Culture Co-op's a consortium of partners across Rochdale, and we all came together to get a group of residents together in Middleton to ask them what they'd like to see in our town in regards to culture. As a residents group, we brainstormed and decided that we'd love to see a community art space in Middleton Shopping Centre. I remember the shopping centre management looking at me like I had 2 heads when I asked them for 12 months rent-free, but we got there. And well, in November last year, Arts House Middleton opened its doors, and it's since engaged over 3,000 people in high-quality arts and free-to-access workshops, and all decisions and projects are led by Middleton residents, and long may it continue. And I just want to give a massive pat on the back to the Culture Co-op, who are doing amazing work like that right across Rochdale. So I'm running out of time now, and I could go on for hours and hours about Middleton Co-operating, but I hope it gives you a little snapshot of what we're about and how communities can make progress when working cooperatively. Moving forward, we're expanding on circles around early years, sustainable food, health and alternative education, green spaces, and a focus on the town centre, where we want to see community wealth building, not wealth extraction. We want to see local businesses on our high street, so the money spent stays local. None of us want to see the same old Betfreds and cash generators and subways in our town centres. Which brings me back to the mill. Some of you may have heard that a mayoral development corporation is coming to Middleton, which basically brings greater powers to the local authority to develop and hopefully slap compulsory purchase orders on troublesome buildings such as the Warwick Mill. And I want to give a big round of applause to Andy Burnham and our Middleton councillors, two of which I can see here, Kath and Sue, for finally getting that over the line. With Rochdale being the home of the pioneers, the home of cooperation, and with so much community-led activity going on across the borough, wouldn't it be wonderful, romantic even, if the 5-storey blot on Middleton skyline finally ended up in the hands of the community that it's plagued for so long? Place-based co-ops and place-based action is where it's at, Congress. Thank you very much.
They really are a phenomenal bunch. Grace touched on it earlier. You will all know this. It's really difficult when you're trying to explain to people what a co-op are. It's not on our education system. Our media doesn't talk about it. It's really difficult to get media. This week we've had 400 international visitors from 59 countries in Manchester, and the general response from the media was, nah. So, Middleton Cooperating are very, very fortunate because they've got someone who's helping them give voice and has also been helping give voice to the cooperative movement this morning on BBC Breakfast, on the Today programme, in fact on anyone that would listen. So I'm going to invite a local lad now to come and have a chat with Grace about why he's given his voice to the cooperative movement. Can I welcome to the stage, please, Steve Coogan.
You do, don't you? I think I'm still mic'd up, yeah.
Is that on? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hello, great.
You're a
great.
pro.
Semi.
So, Steve, thank you so much for being here with us today. Can you just start by talking a little bit of how you got involved in Middleton Co-op and why this has become such a kind of passionate topic for you?
Well, I've always been interested in politics. I always, when I had an emerging profile about 20 years ago when I started to become well known, people would ask me to be involved in things, and I sometimes did and sometimes didn't. And now it happens more and more. I enjoy what I do, but I also take an interest in geopolitics, local politics, national politics, and but I became sort of quite disillusioned recently because of, certainly because of the way politics was going, the way the disillusionment with what happened after the last Labour government, and then we had the alliance with the Lib Dems, and then Labour came back with, Keir Starmer is someone I found very disappointing. So I felt like I just was disengaged with politics.
Politically homeless.
Politically homeless, like a lot of people. And then I was invited to get involved with the Lighthouse Project in Middleton, which is this led by the community, a sort of one-stop shop for providing debt counselling, food banks, food clubs, assistance with applying for jobs, how to use computers, basic skills, cookery skills, walking clubs, men's workshops type thing, a whole sort of one-stop shop, language stuff, psychiatric counselling for soldiers, PTSD, everything all under one roof. And what was impressed about it was that it wasn't government-led. It was from the ground up. And Mark Fraser, who was mentioned earlier, pointed me in the direction of this organisation. And then when I heard they were launching Middleton Cooperating, kind of as a springboard for a way of doing things differently, it sort of dovetailed with my disillusionment with national politics. A, because it seems to have chosen to lean into the status quo, to not do anything about it. I feel like the Labour Party is putting band-aids on the side of the Titanic, and and that nothing's going to change. I think they've made their core, which is we're a little bit nicer than the Tories, but this is the world we live in. There's nothing we can do about it. All we can do as a national party is maybe mitigate the worst excesses of this system, which is a really fatalistic, defeatist attitude. And I couldn't go along with it. I felt like it was really bleak, a real bleak, cynical worldview. And so when I hear about someone actually, the idea of these, what pre-exist anyway, the co-op has a 180-year history, as we know, of people who empowered themselves, these organizations that are outside government. I thought, well, you can't change the world, but you can affect change at a local level and hope the idea catches on.
Yeah.
And it is actually, when you look back in history, it's how the world has often changed. It's started that way. It's not because of an enlightened government just comes along. That never works out well. In fact, when that does happen, it always loses its way very fast. So that's why I'm involved in helping Middleton cooperating, just as a way of trying to make a difference on that, in a way that's tangible and you can measure it, and it's demonstrably worked. In fact, the rest of the world seems to have been more successful with co-ops than the country that gave birth to it, and which is a crying shame. And so I'm re-engaged in politics because I can see something that's achievable, and all we really want government to do is it's not only that people in the post-industrial landscape have their hands tied behind the back, they've got their hands tied behind the back economically because of globalization, and they've also got the corporate world with its foot on their neck. And all we want really is the government to tell people to get out of our way and facilitate fertile conditions for community-led empowerment to thrive.
Yeah, I mean, as you kind of mentioned there, you've been a really powerful voice in progressive politics for a long time now. How do you think that the cooperative movement can feed into progressive political change at the national level? How do you think it can provide a foundation for the kind of change we want to see?
Well, I think as long as people shine a light on it, it can demonstrate the way forward. In some ways, the government should lean into it because it abrogates some of their responsibility. It's like, in fact, in America, I believe they're seen as a sort of Republican thing that aligns with small government, oddly. But it shows you how it can, we know that politics, of course, isn't just linear now, it's sort of three-dimensional. And if something can demonstrate its efficacy, then why wouldn't government adopt it? Especially if it's taking some of the heat away from them. It's like, just help people to help themselves. If you can show that it works, then they will come, as it were. We're asking, it's that the whole thing of giving everyone a fishing rod so that they can catch their own fish. Most working people don't want this sort of middle-class, patronizing, sort of top-down benevolence. They just want to be able to stand on their own 2 feet. So give them the means to catch their own fish. The thing that compounds it at the moment is the fact that there are big corporate behemoths that have a trawler net that come along and nick all the fish.
Literally.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're obviously from Middleton. What do you think are the barriers that are maybe in the way of people starting to get involved in this stuff and spreading it around?
Well, cynicism, which is contagious. I mean, that has, it's also a genuine alternative being provided. I mean, look at what's happened. The reason reform does so well is I lay the blame of that squarely at the feet of the neoliberal consensus of the Labour Party as much as the Conservative Party, frankly, in its failure to deliver for ordinary working people, as you've explained earlier. So people just think, well, we might as well kick the table over. And I understand it, frankly. And in some ways, when Reform did make those gains, I thought, well, maybe it's a bloody nose that the Labour Party needs to get it to refocus on where its priorities should be. And in some ways, the fact that you can still disrupt politics gives me hope, because we just need someone to disrupt it in the right way and not blame one group of people, which we saw in Weimar, Germany, a long time ago. So that's what, I think it's a case of providing a real alternative. You could, creating another party, the problem with that's an option, and something I can entirely understand is if you do it from the top down again, it just looks like another choice. I think there's something more potentially revolutionary, with a small r, right, in these grassroots movements, demonstrating it first, and then people wanting to support that, and that's how people come to power. Is that you sort of it's power in reverse, it's empowerment in reverse, and not like you say waiting for a savior. No.
So we've talked a little bit about the kind of dysfunctionality, let's say, of Westminster politics, but there are obviously Labour councils and Green councils and Lib Dem councils all over the country that are passionate about this sort of stuff, and you've obviously had to work with the council. What can councils and local government in general and local stakeholders do to support the emergence of this movement?
It's obviously we need to work hand in glove with local government. It's not every man for himself. We have to work together. I hope that local government sees Middleton Cooperating and other cooperatives as an asset, as an ally. There might be slightly different methodology, but we all want the same thing: to change the circumstances of people who are either struggling or might even be working and struggling, but to change the outlook and the psychology and the mentality of people who feel like they have no power and have no choice. It all becomes self-fulfilling. As soon as people feel that they have agency, they start to perform better, they start to be healthier. Everything, success breeds success. But we know things can change. I mean, Andy Burnham has, moved from national politics to Manchester to local politics, and actually, probably by his own admission, has achieved a lot more than when he was on the national stage. And so, of course, we need to work hand in glove with councils. But we're ready to rock.
Sick. Right, I'm going to hand back over to Rose then. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Stay there. Okay, so from one end of the spectrum in Greater Manchester to the other, this next cooperative has been trying to bring private businesses, creative artists and individuals together to affect change. So I'd like to welcome now the Managing Director of Beyond the Music, Sarah Pearson.
Good afternoon, Congress. How are you? Hope you're well. So I'm co-founder of Beyond the Music with Ollie Wilson and Chair Rose Marley, the brilliant Rose Marley. Beyond the Music is the world's first cooperative global music and content conference and festival that takes place annually in Manchester and is only in its third year. And by content, I mean film, TV, gaming, and innovation, in which music is the link, the glue that binds them all together. This cross-sector cooperation has not been considered before. We brought together a pioneering alliance of Manchester venues, public bodies, and trade bodies, reflecting Greater Manchester's commitment to driving meaningful change in the music and content industry, and provide a solid foundation from which to grow the northern music and content ecosystem. This comes at a crucial time in music and culture as we see the industrial destruction of these industries alongside the dismantling of creative ecosystems and pathways. Beyond the Music launched at South by Southwest in 2023 with Ambassadors New Order playing a show at the iconic Moody Theatre. Since then, Beyond the Music has hosted political leaders, innovators, executives, pop icons, influenced industry culture change and policy. It's provided a stage for accountability and transparency. It's a platform for hundreds of new artists and their teams searching for record deals, festival bookings and more, and it's showcased struggling grassroots venues in Manchester. Acclaim has come from all quarters, we're pleased to say, business, audience, artists and media. Beyond the Music has achieved a lot in its first 2 years, but the journey has not been easy. Starting a business from the ground up, as I'm sure you all know, is hard enough, without having to juggle members and competitors' differing agendas, and trying to work against the present system that is based from a place of fear, not collaboration. But through all that, when you see that change is coming about, it is making a difference, well, that's inspiring, as I'm sure you can all allude to. There is hope in cooperation. So why does Beyond the Music need to exist, and why as a cooperative? To explain that, I need to start at the end. It's somewhat unusual to begin by referencing the end, but I believe that's exactly where we are. Not an abstract end, but a structural one. The end of a system that has long dictated the value of music and culture, who controls it, and who benefits. We're at a crossroads where systems built on individualism, extraction, and competitive siloing are failing us all, economically, culturally, and socially. So how do we reconfigure? The answer is, of course, cooperation, not as sentiment, but as infrastructure. At its heart, cooperation acknowledges something very basic, but very important. We are interdependent beings. We live side by side. And while much of our economic and business language assumes self-interest, and much political and social media language sows divide over commonality, most people, in fact, are caring, are of collaboration, have more in common, and enjoy and thrive when building together, when given the structures and trust to do so. Most systems we operate within assume competition, not collaboration. Whether it's in policy, education, or culture, the dominant mindset is not how we share, but how we outpace, how we outperform, and increasingly outlast. Nowhere is this more evident than in how we teach business and entrepreneurship. For decades, we've privileged a singular narrative, the individualistic founder, the winner who takes all. Ruthlessness has been rebranded as vision, exclusion has been mistaken for focus, but that model is breaking down. In a world defined by overlapping crises, ecological, political, economic, the notion that success is a solo pursuit is outdated. To survive and evolve, we will need to unlearn much of what we've been taught about how business works, and to unpick that to truly reimagine entrepreneurship as cooperative, ethical, and sustainable is one of the greatest challenges of our time. That brings me to the creative industries, particularly music. Music is one of the UK's major exports, and it's growing. In 2023, it was worth 4.6 billion and is embedded in our cultural identity. Yet the industry is suffering from a profound paradox: rapid growth paired with deep fragility. Artists, creators, the individuals driving that cultural value are consistently the last to be paid, the least protected, and the first to be replaced or displaced. We've reached a point where playlist algorithms are narrowing choice, AI-generated music is about to saturate platforms, and intellectual property, once protected by laws designed to safeguard originality, and begun with Queen Anne a very long time ago, is routinely violated, and the government does not seem intent on protecting this. Platforms for new music are being eroded and minimized due to economic impossibility, and places to meet, to develop networks, are crumbling. While this may seem niche to some, it's a bellwether for something broader. the loss of small venues, of music in state schools, of rehearsal space in post-industrial cities. These are not just local challenges. They represent a systemic undervaluing of culture as a form of public good. At the same time, consolidation within global media and tech companies has created a situation where a number of platforms dictate what is visible, discoverable, and financially viable. That's not a marketplace, it's a bottleneck. The result is a cultural economy that is increasingly extractive rather than generative. Music, once a vehicle for dissent, for celebration, for collective memory, for community, is becoming ambient background to a system built for someone else's metrics. What's at stake is not simply the livelihoods of artists, content creators, and their teams. It's our cultural sovereignty. But there are alternatives. Cooperative approaches to content creation, data governance, and platform ownership are not only possible, they are emerging. We're seeing models where artists own stakes in distribution, where fans can invest ethically in the ecosystems they care about, and where rights are not just protected, but actively negotiated and upheld. These alternatives, though, require intent. They require policy support, legal reform, education, and funding models that reflect the actual value of creative labor and not just its perceived profitability. Not everything that matters can be monetized, but that doesn't mean it lacks economic impact. Creativity underpins everything from tourism to mental health to global reputation. To ignore it is short-sighted and self-destructive. We're not facing a creative deficit, we're facing a structural failure to support creativity. And unless we intervene, we will look back on this period as one where enormous cultural value is quietly, softly erased. This is where cooperation becomes more than an ethical preference. It becomes a necessity. We need to have a profound understanding of what it means to be a cooperative, what it means to work as part of a cooperative, how to be a good cooperative. But this is not just about the music industry. It's about learning how to work and live differently, about designing systems that prioritize resilience over short-term gain, that foreground people, not platforms. And that doesn't mean they don't need to make money, as many cooperatives show, moving to this model can increase profitability. We're not naive about the scale of this challenge, but neither are we cynical. This is not a nostalgic call for a return to the past. It's an invitation to build a future grounded in solidarity, agency, and trust. And so I return to where I began. If we are at an ending, let it also be a beginning.
Thank you, Sarah. And to join us now for a conversation about that, can I introduce co-founder and co-managing director of Beyond the Music, Ollie Wilson, to the stage. It's fine. Right, Ollie.
Hi.
Sarah's touched on this. What Beyond the Music has achieved has been pretty phenomenal, bringing together, this is what I think is fascinating about this model, those founding members, Co-op Live, Factory International, AO Arena, in their day jobs, they are fiercely competitive, it's fair to say. But they're together, like why, how, has that been easy? And there's more, you know, lots of other businesses have joined the party, but has that been an easy process?
Oh, God, it's been all of those things. It's been easy in some places and difficult in others. And let's just set the context here that, you know, the music industry, I think, is in the worst position it's ever been in for audiences and for fans. And at the same time, in Manchester, we have this influx of people adding to our culture. There is more music in Manchester than there ever has been in its entire history, but it's completely underserved by the industry. You know, the recording industry is broken. You have Spotify extracting billions and the CEO investing in AI military tech startups. And touring's broken as well. 84% of independent artists cannot afford to tour these days. So there's a real pressure point in Manchester at the moment, and I suppose that's what brought us all together in the first place. And I must say, you know, it's great to be from a part of the world where we can bring together the council and the mayor, our three biggest venues and city centre stakeholders to tackle this problem head on. So we're very lucky being here in Manchester and in Greater Manchester, but it is difficult, and we have found it difficult, and I think it's almost a component of capitalist realism where people can't even envisage a different business model to the one that we've always been used to. And I think what a great piece of psychological engineering has taken place on society over the last however many 100 years, that all we can see is private profit for one person and hyper competitive, you know, how you kind of behave. So and yeah, just conceptually switching people on to what a cooperative is and how a cooperative works. And as you said, the music industry is really competitive. I mean, I'm sure every industry is, but explaining to people and getting them to understand truly what a cooperative is. I think we've done some real education work, to be honest with you, with all of our partners, and not just the ones in Manchester, but you know, we're often in London meeting partners in the music business down there, and sometimes I feel like I'm in a foreign land trying to transmit ideas in a foreign language, and we are managing to get there, and we have done great work bringing people together at Beyond the Music, and that's the way to do it, isn't it? You know, show, don't tell. So yeah.
So you're absolutely right. So in Finland, 80% of the population are in a co-op, so you don't have to spend all your time explaining what that exactly is. But I'm interested as well, because Grace, I know it's research you're doing at the moment, because I remember Sarah and yourself, Ollie, ringing all the different labels and trade bodies and trying to get them to work together. And they'd almost get there. They'd go, yeah, and then they'd be like, oh, but I need to do my bit over here. So, like, and Grace, you might want to chip in and ask some questions on that. But how was that?
Yeah, I mean, so some have come on board and some haven't. And sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, so the question is about that idea of getting people to work together, even like the organisations that aren't necessarily competitive, like member bodies. The idea of getting them to come together as one has been quite a challenge, hasn't it?
But I think they come on board because they realise, like Sarah's saying, they realise it's now a necessity. You know, the whole paradigm in the music industry is changing, and the artist and the audience are going to be firmly in the middle of that business model in the future. And the music industry needs to engage with cooperatives and in a cooperative way. The music industry has a habit of getting left behind with progress and development. So I think they realise that they need to come and sit around a table. It's great at Beyond the Music. We've had people sat around a table that never would have spoken to each other before, perhaps 4 or 5 different organisations, and we've been making progress on conversations about grassroots venues, mental health, and of course the existential crises in the music industry at the moment, which is AI. And we're not going to tackle that as an individual. We need to tackle that collaboratively for it to work.
Do you see any kind of resistance to that attempt to bring people together and collaborate, almost to kind of confront the power of those big companies? Or is it just, you know, everyone's great with it?
I think people are just set in their ways, to be honest with you. And, you know, these companies have been around for a very, very long time. But if they don't get with the program, they will get left behind. And, you know, that's the good thing about Beyond the Music. It's not just the big businesses that we bring together. We also bring all of the independents and the new artists and this whole new cultural revolution waiting to happen in Manchester at the moment. So, you know, I think it's good for, essentially, we're seeing it Beyond the Music, the new industry develop around the old, and I think the old will crumble away eventually, and it's this new wave. It's so refreshing, having worked in the industry for 20 years and dealing with narcissistic, hyper-competitive capitalists. It's so refreshing to work with young people in the industry now who only believe in collaboration and everything they do in collaboration, and I'm learning a lot from them.
And do you feel like there's a suspicion? We were talking about this earlier, because it's like, look, Ollie, you could have set up Beyond the Music as a private business and be, you know, taking all the profits, but you didn't. I'm always interested, something to do with possibly your heritage as to why you didn't take that. But in my experience, people then are trying to find out, like, what is your plan? You know, what is it really that you're doing? Have you experienced that mistrust, or you know, what made you kind of go, I don't want to own this, I want to share it?
I think people don't mistrust, people just misunderstand, and they just don't know. And this is why one of the really important things is like educating people, but it's about how do we reach out to people and engage them. So we've been doing some research, haven't we, Rose, on different tech platforms that you can use to engage people in conversation and decision-making process, and making it accessible, making it real, making it something that people can see in front of them, because people don't know what it looks like yet. And that has been really interesting. And what I'm finding is that you need to go directly to people. You can't expect people to come off the main 2-3 apps that they use.
Do you feel that because my empathy with what you're saying on a personal level is being creative, and I am an entrepreneur, even whether I like it or not. But do you find that because it's not measurable, that it's isn't that the case? That's always been the case with the arts. Is trying to, you can't. There's no metric you can measure it, because we all know that the arts enlighten us, make us feel human in a way that is not measurable.
Yeah, it's not tangible. You can't put it on a spreadsheet, can you? You know, you can't put it on the profit and loss, and that is an issue, and especially when you're dealing with institutions who are very much about the top and the bottom line. Well, and it's always been a problem for me running social enterprises. Is you know, they can't put it on the spreadsheet. They're not investing in bricks and mortar or computers. They're investing in people, which is hard to make work.
It doesn't help when good creative people get commodified to sell banking. You know, and you see something like a poem by some northerner, and you think, this is an advert for a bank, Christ.
Yeah.
But that is the sort of the commodification of something that, by its nature, should always resist that kind of exploitation in a way.
And music has become commodified, and so have the artists. You know, they've become pieces of data in this really abstract music market, and that's the result of the global corporations like Spotify and etc. And that's why co-ops are really important, because they're grounded in locality, and that's super important for the next musical revolution which is coming.
Right, okay, start getting your questions ready, everybody, because we are going to be opening this session out, and Shirley's got a mic, and we'll be taking questions in the marquee as well. So I'm just going to, we've touched on Middleton cooperating and Beyond the Music cooperative, but there are so many cooperatives in Greater Manchester, 260 to be precise. So I'm hoping that my slides are going to come up so I can show you a little bit more about these cooperatives. But in Greater Manchester, yeah, we've got this rich wealth and history of cooperation. And of those 260 cooperatives, we've got a whole breadth. As with the whole cooperative movement, you know, the cooperative movement, just 7,000 organisations in the UK bring 43 billion into the UK. And what's important about that 43 billion is that it predominantly stays in the UK and in the pockets and the work of in the area. So, you know, there's a real community wealth piece there that's really important. But like I say, in Greater Manchester, we've been building that out for many years, and across the whole of the cooperative movement, whether it's energy, housing, consumer, retail, there is this whole kind of every sector is growing. I'm not sure I'm going to get my slides, so I'll just tell you that the biggest area of growth in Greater Manchester is in social clubs and the development of community cooperatives. You've got the likes of Music Venues Trust saving venues as well within the local area. But some of the specific cooperatives that I wanted to talk about, because they're really interesting, we've got here right on the front row, we've got Sean from the Cooperative Network Infrastructure based out of Ashton Old Baths. This is stuff you can't see. This is what happens to the connectivity of the whole country under the ground. And if you spend any time with Sean, you'll find out that that is a really exploitative, extractive, competitive business world. I mean, and it's ridiculous. All of you will be highly frustrated whenever you see roadworks being dug up and then 3 weeks later the same place being dug up. So Sean and the team have come up with this really innovative model to make sure that actually you work together. So the members of the cooperative, yes, there are public bodies like the councils and the NHS who make sure that the assets, so lampposts to put WAPs on or tram lines to put fibre in, are available. And then other members will be the telcos. And actually, right, when you're trying to get from A to B, and it might be, again, too costly for one particular commercial organisation to invest specifically in that line. Well, actually, what about jumping on each other's lines? And what about working cooperatively there? So that's the cooperative network infrastructure. And if you can get a tour around Ashton Baths, you know, just absolutely do that. And that's just one of the cooperatives that Sean's involved in. He is absolutely a serial cooperator. So other cooperatives we've got in Greater Manchester, we've got our members Emerge Recycling. So again, they were so critical in the pandemic, and that power to organise and make sure people were getting fed was really quite phenomenal. What was really interesting with Emerge in the pandemic, because a lot of the creatives couldn't perform and do, and they were all helping. And Ollie, I know you did something, you've got Piecemeal as well, where you helped to feed people, and that came out of the pandemic as well. So Carbon Co-op, they're really, really innovative. They're trying to retrofit houses and help people make that affordable to do so. And we talked earlier about the idea of scalability, and what I really love about Carbon Co-op is they're quite happy in their own area, but they're very happy to lend their models. So that's now become Loco in Edinburgh. So like sharing the ideas of the models that work in your area is something, again, that's been really strong out of Greater Manchester. You might be familiar with Unicorn Co-op. Again, they do the same thing. They're more than happy with their great business in Charlton, selling to the locality. They're very happy. They're a workers' co-op. They don't want to grow anymore, but they'll happily spend time with other co-ops showing you how to do that. And then social adventures. So this is in care cooperatives. So Social Adventures were a spin-out, a public mutual spin-out in childcare, cooperative childcare, but also now they are working collaboratively with the local authorities to deliver children's homes as well for residential care. And then our business has taken the model not dissimilar to Beyond the Music, where businesses are brought together. So this was a commission, again, from Greater Manchester to kind of understand what is, the reason it's called our business, because not only is it our business, as in, you know, the businesses own and control it, but it's our business to know and understand what the social economy is like in Greater Manchester and what's working and what isn't and how do we grow it. So again, our business itself is a co-op of social enterprises and inclusive business with 300 members that, again, are all working together to grow that economy. So that's just some of the examples in Greater Manchester. Like I say, there are many, many more. So now, sadly, our Mayor, Andy Burnham, is very poorly and has not been able to join us today, and he's been poorly all week. But a few weeks ago, it's possibly why he's poorly, we went to Japan on a Greater Manchester trade mission. And we put together a roundtable with the United Nations, the British and Japanese consulates, the Japanese movement, and here's what Andy had to say.
Labour and Cooperative Mayor of Greater Manchester, supported by two parties. And through my career, I have had significant involvement with the cooperative movement. Back in Greater Manchester in the 1850s, 1860s, or I think 1840s, the Rochdale pioneers began. Yes, there were jobs in the growing cotton industry, but those jobs did not pay enough for people to cover all of their daily needs. And the cooperative movement sprang up to fill that gap. In the UK, our experience has been that if you make the essentials of life difficult for people to afford, you have a very real problem. And the reality of Greater Manchester today, with all of the economic success we have, the truth is many hundreds of thousands of our residents are struggling with the effects of the cost of living crisis in the UK. Homes are too expensive. We have a housing crisis as well as a cost of living crisis. Water bills are too high. Energy bills, the same. Public transport, the same. And it feels to me, as Mayor of Greater Manchester, that you have to make the essentials of life affordable to everybody. And our experience has been the privatization and deregulation of those sectors has actually left us in the wrong place in the UK, where people cannot pay for those essentials at an affordable price. Alongside that, the cooperative movement seems to me to have a real role to play in terms of protecting community assets, as Naomi was saying, or things that people really care about. When I was a member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, and in the previous Labour government, we initiated a scheme to help football supporters where clubs were at risk of being broken up and lost, supported them to take control and ownership of their football clubs. And there are many such supporters, cooperative supporters trusts still in the UK today. So I'm saying that I think it's important to focus on where the cooperative movement can really make a difference. And to me, it's on those essentials of life, where they are unaffordable for people. But then secondly, on those community assets that people really care about. And if people take more control and ownership of them, exactly as Naomi was saying, that engenders a real sense of pride. And actually, more than that, I think counters some of the political alienation people feel these days, where they don't feel in control of things. They don't feel they have a meaningful role in their community. And that's why the ideas of the cooperative movement are as relevant today as they were in 1844.
So that was just a very small snippet of the roundtable, and it is available on the Cooperatives UK YouTube channel, and it's a really fascinating discussion, like I say, with our Japanese counterparts. And Steve touched on it earlier about how you know, the rest of the world has kind of taken this model that was invented here and done it somewhat better. And in Japan, they've even built, in Kobe, in the Kansai region, they've even built a replica Toad Lane, like it's not even full size, it's bigger than Toad Lane, it's huge. And so when we go around the world internationally, like, you know, we're the OGs, we're the UK, everybody's like, you know, we're like celebrities, and let's say you come back here and nobody's interested, we've got something really wrong. But any of those that are interested, we are now going, it was a real moment there, and like so we had Bev Craig there, the leader of Manchester Council, like I say, the United Nations, the General Commissioner for the Osaka region, and we're going to be building out trade links actually with Japan. I was looking to see if any of our Japanese colleagues are in the room, but I think they might be in breakout sessions. I think they're fed up of hearing about the OGs and the new pioneers and what we're doing. But it's this idea that we exported this across the world, and we're not doing incredibly well ourselves. So we're very grateful to our mayor and our city leaders in Rochdale as well for really getting behind us. The UK government has pledged to double the size of the cooperative movement, and so it's down to us really now to make that difference. So, like I said, Sarah, I'm going to ask you to join the chat if that's okay. You can make up Andy's seat. And I'm going to start with, has any of you got any questions for our panel? Because I can speak to them all day. So Shirley's got the mic. And those of you as well in the marquee, a Slido will arrive for you to be able to do that. So looking for questions.
Hi, I'm Anya. I'm from the Meteor, Manchester's independent media. You mentioned before that there's sort of this shortfall in news coverage, but do you think generally there's a problem with storytelling around cooperatives, and like how can we tell better stories, in your view, about cooperatives?
Who wants to go with that one?
I'll have a bash. I would say that you're right about storytelling. Something I'm sometimes engaged in. It is actually incredibly powerful and evidence-based argument, although it's important to encourage that because that's what a democracy is supposed to be. In actual fact, what really persuades people, we know this, is stories. If you make someone laugh and or cry on an emotional level, then you sort of want them over. And I think that kind of, it's a really good point to say that in trying to communicate, we do tell not lies, but stories that's putting something as a story. And there are and will be stories of personal, personal triumphs and people overcoming odds or changing their situation. It'll be littered with them, but it's absolutely right that people are moved by stories of small groups of people or individuals.
I'm doing some research on this right now for the next book that I'm going to be writing about these themes of kind of individualism and collective power, and speaking to people who have come into the cooperative movement, various different forms of community organizing, from not really knowing what those things are about, and comparing their experience to the people I'm interviewing who are on the sharp end of hyper-competitive work environments, social isolation, mental ill health, feeling like basically alone in an economy that is not built for them. And when I speak to these people who formed these movements and tell their stories, there is the one thing that comes out consistently through all of those stories is a sense of feeling a sense of power and agency and belonging and community, things that they maybe didn't even realize they were missing until they participated in those movements. So I think it's so important to tell that story on a personal level as well. Like, there's so much that we are all missing in our lives because of the way our society is structured, and cooperating is such like a powerful way to get that back.
Sarah, you're a communicator. Sorry, if you would like to give Grace a round of applause, don't let me stop you. Sarah, has it been easy to tell a story?
I was going to say, I think in terms of the media, in terms of all of us here, Rose's job on a daily basis is finding a language in order to tell the stories so that people, when you say to a trade body in the music industry, we're a cooperative, they don't sort of just think, oh no, I want nothing to do with you. Also, like investors, all sorts, they don't understand what a cooperative is. So I think it's that, we need a language around that people are going to understand and align, and it's great to hear that Finland, 80% of people in that country understand what a co-op is, so let's try and do that.
Yeah, I first experienced it with our National Youth Summit, and the National Members Council from Co-op Group were there, and a young girl came over to me discreetly. She said, can I ask a daft question? So I was like, no, I'm sure it's not daft. And she said, don't the councils collect the bins? And it's like, we use this term council all the time, and it's like, that's what a council is to most people. It's not a body of democracy, So, yeah, it's really interesting. Right, okay, we've got another question over here.
Hi, Rob from Ethical Consumer. My question is, do you think cooperative movement could be ruder about shareholder capitalism? When we look at, we've been comparing them to B corporations for the last few years, and B corporations have a narrative about shareholder capitalism failing and them being the answer. And to me, the co-ops are a better answer than a B corporation, but we're really, really shit at saying how bad mainstream capitalism is.
and that we're too polite. We sit here going, here, we're a nice alternative. But I think could the movement be ruder? That's my question.
I think yes is the answer. We could all be a lot ruder, yeah. I think that as long as there's a balance to be achieved, because you can be rude, or I could spend all afternoon here just ranting and raving and slagging them off to my heart's content. It would give me a lovely dopamine hit. But I'm not sure what it might achieve in the long term. But I think you're right that certainly, I think if you're going to be angry, you need to have a bit of wit thrown in there to sort of, take the edge off it. But I do think it's as much about providing optimism, because we live in a world where there's so much like noise and atrocious noise between different tribes, and where people don't listen, they just rant at each other and then go home or turn off their computer. But I do think that there's that we need to, alongside that, you need to offer people hope and something positive and something that makes them smile. People like being angry, but they also like being happy as well. But I think, yes, I take your point. That's a good one.
The other comment, sorry, let's allow the claps. Go for it, Tam. Sorry.
We don't have time.
I'm just on to the next question. No, I'm interested on, and so, because one of the challenges is about fundraising, in particular for social entrepreneurs, and it's like the way you speak to your investors and the way you speak to, and this is something we've not really touched on, but I think Ollie and Sarah might have a bit to say on this, but quite difficult to fundraise in this context of sharing.
Yeah, yes, in a word. Yes, very difficult to fundraise because you're not offering them like bricks and mortar or things that they usually invest in. But something really interesting happened in the last week or so with Solidad, this new music platform that I've set up. And yeah, we've got a bit of investment, it's nice, but it's not enough. But we're going to become a cooperative in the next few weeks. We're going to become a cooperative with the writers and with the journalists. So I've just been realizing that you actually don't need the big mega books. Cooperative offers another route around, instead of going the traditional startup, Series A funding, etc., etc. No, you can do it with nothing. You can just do it with the people around you, and that's kind of your value. So, yeah, it's hard to fundraise, but let's get creative. Let's find a way to do it.
I spend my time going to Ollie. No, don't say that.
I was going to say that. I just get constantly told to shut up, and I guess some places we need to build a consensus and we need to work with people, and it doesn't always help going around knocking heads off or whatever. And just generally speaking, I'm an accelerationist, so we go through, not around. So, engage to subvert.
Nice. Right, I'm really excited about this bit now. I feel like Davina McCall. We're going to go live to the marquee, are we, Shirley? Is this true? Okay, hi, Reese. Here's one of our young co-operators. What's the question from the marquee?
Hi, so this is on behalf of a submitted question for the QR from the room in here. So I guess it'd be to all of you or whoever sort of has the appetite to answer it. But is there any appetite in the Northwest to democratise the NHS?
Ooh, see, this is where we need Mr. Burnham, isn't it? Not that we want to speak on his half, but he would simply say, yes, I'm fairly certain. One of the, in fact, Grace, did you want to comment on this?
I just wanted to say very quickly that, so there's, as you know, we've talked about this, there's exciting stuff going on all over the country, particularly when it comes to like social care co-ops. The other thing that's been happening specifically in the Northwest has been health workers organising. There have been a series of strikes, as some of you will know, of healthcare workers demanding fair pay, basically, and kind of better working conditions. And the Northwest, I interviewed a couple of people who were involved in that strike a while ago, was one of the places where they've had a number of significant successes. Why was that? This was because this was a campaign that was really driven by workers from the ground up. It was a kind of a more democratic, worker-led campaign to say, look, we've seen these examples of unfairness in how these pay scales are worked out. Let's actually come together and try and do something about it. Obviously with support from the union, from Unison, but really with workers getting very, very engaged. And if you're talking about how to democratize an organization like the NHS, or even any organization, it starts with the people who run that organization and actually the people who use that organization really just stepping up and saying, you know, this is our place, we take responsibility for it, and we want to say in how it's governed. That's how, you know, economic democracy has spread for centuries. It's been by workers stepping forward and saying, actually, we've had enough, we're going to make our voices heard collectively. So in that sense, I think democratization is happening from a kind of structural top-down level. I think we're potentially moving in the opposite direction from some of the plans that we might be seeing from the Health Secretary. But that's why it's so important to have people organized, not just workers, patients as well, to be able to make their preferences known.
Thank you. And yeah, there's a really great model in Yorkshire, the Equal Care Co-op. I'm sure many of you know, where they've brought together the workers and the beneficiaries and the commissioners. They're a platform co-op actually. The reason they make the efficiencies is through use of technology. But again, Equal Care Co-op are really suffering from being able to fundraise, because the members that can contribute to growing that proposition, you know, are, you know, the people that need it the most and maybe are not the most wealthy. So it's a real challenge. Did you want to comment on that, Steve? Were you looking at me like for a comment? Should we, the NHS? No? Please no. Okay, we've got another question. We've got one here, and then one there, and then one there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Can you stand up? Sorry.
Oh, yes. We're doing that way. So
yes. Yes, Vivian Woodell, the Mid-Counties Cooperative. A number of you have been quite critical of the current government, and I understand the points you've made, but this government has made a historic commitment to work to double the size of the cooperative and mutual economy, and we have heard from a number of people about that. I think we'll probably be hearing from Gareth Thomas a bit later, some more about it. I'd be interested to hear your reflections on that, because it does appear to be a very genuine commitment to work for that, and that perhaps recognises that we need a different kind of economy. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that commitment and what could be achieved through it.
Okay, look, these lot are all like looking the other way at the moment. I sit on the Mutuals Council actually, Vivian, so I can tell you exactly what's happening. So, like I say, the government has made that commitment, and there is a council, and the Mutuals Council involves all the trade bodies, so ourselves, Cooperatives UK, the Building Society Association, the Employee Ownership Association, the Association of Financial Mutuals, looking in the room to see if I've missed anybody, and some of the larger cooperatives and mutuals like Nationwide, Co-op Group, Arup, and Arla, and there's a whole kind of series of work streams that are being looked at the moment, and then each of the sectors, ABCUL, the Association of British Credit Unions, so there's a whole kind of series of work streams that have been proposed, and then what the government's actually looking to do is like which one of those like are you know, low-hanging fruit, if you like, which ones are easy to enable, which ones are going to need legislation to change it, which ones are going to need significant cash funding. But the challenge, I think, at the moment is that some of the things that would lend itself well, I mean, the NHS started as a cooperative, that's where the whole thing came from. So if you look at something like the NHS, water, the post office, some of the big ticket items have got these kind of colossal kind of treasury deficits. And like I say, what doesn't happen well with cooperations, that magic funds suddenly appear to be able to deliver it. So yeah, there's a lot going on through those work streams, and you know, let's say Gareth will make comment on it, I'm sure, shortly. But what I was going to say is James Wright, our policy officer, and Cheryl, our chair, are plugged into the delivery of that. So any of you, particularly the UK co-ops, that you want to feed into those work streams, we have got policy sessions to enable you to do that. So, and I also want to make sure we get this lady in the purple top as well. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Rose. Alan Sandram from the National Members Council. This is a question to Steve. What would Alan Partridge think of our present situation?
I think he'd think that cooperatives were some sort of Stalinist subterfuge. And he'd have nothing to do with them. Yeah, that's what Alan would do.
Brilliant, brilliant. And over here, please.
I'll stand up. I'm Saha. I work for the Wales Cooperative Centre in the community-led housing team. And I totally agree with what you were saying about using different mediums and storytelling. We recently put on a community-led housing play, quite emotional, quite funny, but the feedback from that, from the young people that attended in particular, was like, want to frickin' start a housing cooperative now. It was really exciting. But I guess one of the things we really have issues with in Wales with community-led housing is that even though the policies exist, you know, around housing cooperatives, community land trusts, One Planet developments, which isn't only Wales policy at the moment, I've missed one, co-housing schemes. Local councillors don't understand them, don't know about them, literally think housing cooperatives are illegal. So yeah, I guess hearing that the local council in Manchester is on board with Beyond the Music and other organisations is really encouraging. But has that always been the case? And do you still have challenges around that?
So yeah, I'm happy to take this one. Again, there is legislation coming through on housing cooperatives as well, because currently there's an issue around security of tenure in the UK. So some of this legislative stuff needs addressing, which is what the government is doing. But you're absolutely right. What my experience is you'll get great leaders like Andy Burnham and Bev Craig, and they'll be visionary and they'll understand exactly what needs to happen. And then you literally hit the legal department of the council who, you know, computer says no. Yeah, you know, you get this quite a lot. We've had, you know, council saying, you know, you can't be a member of a cooperative. We've had the business, you know, affairs department. In fact, our business is making a resource for all councils with CCIN over here. Nicola, give us a wave. I know you've got a lot to say on this. But yeah, we're making a resource for council staff. Because like I say, doing things differently is really hard. People like, you know, they're time poor, they're dealing with loads of parking tickets at Manchester Council. And, you know, that it doesn't, when you ask them to do something entirely different and entirely out of the comfort zone, it's like that classic saying used to be, nobody got, you know, fired for hiring IBM. It's like it really, really scares, you know, local councils and city regions. So some better than others. And let's say CCI, how many council members have you got now, Nicola? Yeah, so 146 councils in the UK declare themselves as cooperative councils, meaning that they've got an ambition to work more cooperatively, not that the council itself is a cooperative. So yeah, there is progress, but yeah, it's the education again. Yeah.
One last question,
Hi, my name is Lee, a National Members Council member. I'm going to show my age a little bit now in this sort of question and a little bit of thought process, really. I remember back in the day watching Frank Bruno fight. And I also remember watching England nearly make it to the World Cup. And I also remember watching Andy Murray win Wimbledon. And the one thing that sort of springs to mind is that in each of those events, the whole country was around it. So I remember people, you know, I need to go home, I need the day off, bringing in sick because they wanted to watch the game or whatever was going on. And I think the way we're going forward in terms of cooperatives in the UK is that we're almost trying to dominate the UK, because that's in my head, I think that's what we're trying to do, and I mean it in a positive way, that we want to cover the whole of the UK with cooperative and the cooperative movement. The one thing about those events that's happened is that everyone knew about it and everyone was behind it, and you couldn't walk anywhere or go anywhere or do anything different because it was just there. It was in the supermarket, it was on the telly, it was on adverts, people were endorsing it, there was just so much energy about it. And I just think, how can we do that in terms of a cooperative movement within the UK? Because it almost feels that we have got so much already across the country in terms of representation through a cooperative movement. There's so many good stories, so many things that we're trying to do. And we're also almost caught up in trying to explain what the movement's about and trying to figure out how to get our member owners engaged We're constantly talking about how can we educate them, how can we make them aware of what we are. And I think there's probably a little thing that we could probably think doing differently is how can we make it an event across the UK so that people are aware of it and they're engaged on it. Maybe we need a little bit of endorsement by somebody famous who might be sat on the stage over here. But I think we've got such a great story that's happening across the country. But it's how do you, even taking today's environment, there's people outside there now who are walking past, they don't know what's going on in their own town because probably will never hear of it or never see it. So for me, and I think it's just echoing, how can we bring that energy and that vibe of when those great events happen across the UK so that people know about it and it becomes an event. And I think by doing that, it'll help the education because people will know what's going on because this is what we're about. And it feels a little bit embarrassing at the same time. People have mentioned it that, we grew the cooperative movement here, but everyone else is doing really good about it. It's almost like not quite getting that World Cup win. So I suppose it's a little bit of thought process, but a little bit of how can we turn the movement into an actual movement within the UK. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. And I'm going to turn to, I'd say, one of the most influential influencers of our time at the moment to answer that one, Grace.
I didn't think you were going to come to me, but sure. The things that you were highlighting there, those events, I remember walking through the streets of London during the World Cup and seeing delight and joy on people's faces, connection between random people, because they were all participating in this event. And I spoke to so many people afterwards because I found it so fascinating. People were like, I wish life was like this all the time. I wish that there were things that I could talk to people about where we felt connected, we felt like we were all participating in the same thing, we were all swept up in this moment, this movement. And again, I think it comes back to this point of so many of us are living these atomized lives where we don't know what we're missing because we've never known any different, particularly for young people. And it's cliche to talk about the role of social media. I think that is a problem, but it's more than that. It's about the culture that we have, which focuses on individual competition, which focuses on pushing people out of the way to get to the top. Too often it's like escaping where you've come from to get somewhere else. And then when you achieve that, you end up in this world of fear and anxiety and competition. And if you are left behind, you feel like, oh, I'm a loser, I can't get anywhere. This whole system that we've set up is designed to divide people against each other so that they can't experience those moments of collective joy of the kind that you get at big sporting events. So I think the question for this movement, again, is how do you make what we're doing about collective joy, about belonging, about interdependence and mutual care? Not just like, I'm going to explain to you what a cooperative is, and this is how much GDP it could add to your local economy, but like, what are you missing in your life as a society, as a movement? And how can we come together to, yes, solve the cost of living crisis and solve the democratic deficit, but more than that, give people back that sense of what's missing. I'll hand over maybe to someone else who's better at storytelling than I am to think about how you tell that story. But yeah, I think that's really what we've got to be connecting with.
Well, I think I don't have an answer for you, but I know that you're right in what you say. That to me is like the sort of $1 million question: is how do you get that message across? How do you storytell and how do you make co-op sexy? I think there is a way of doing it. And as Grace said, it's doing really what our sort of bad actors have been doing, which is sequestering humanity to sell things, to commodifying storytelling, commodifying things that touch us and move us and things we can identify with, things that bring us together, is taking a leaf out of their book and stealing it back, stealing art and stealing culture back to communicate our story. That's and also reminding ourselves that that there has been a revolution in this country that was really sort of cemented by Margaret Thatcher, which is to regard ourselves as individuals, and that anything other than that is some sort of crypto, Marxist attempt to change the country, is where we're at. And it's that people, it's like a big secret. Don't tell people that if they band together, all their lives will improve. It's like, please don't tell people that, otherwise, where will that end? So that there is a sort of an unspoken conspiracy amongst people who don't want cooperatives to thrive, because it benefits lots of people, but it will probably cause problems for a small number of people, a small number of wealthy people. The more complicated the messages, the better for them. So that's I think the next task is communicating that, like you say, in a meaningful way, and not making it sound like homework. So it sounds like what it is, which is a sort of a celebration of humanity and human potential, and it becomes self-fulfilling. It becomes, when people feel valued, they become more productive. All roads lead to Rome. When it comes to the cooperative mindset, we all benefit, and it's. I can't think of the right story, but I'm going to start straight after this finishes thinking about it. But
and Sarah, I believe you wanted to comment.
It's to create that tipping point in anything, in when you find out about a new artist, a new band, a new film, a new anything, it's collective enthusiasm. And that spreads in the old days through work, spoken word, your friends recommending stuff. Now it's through social media, hopefully positive social media. And so it's creating that collective enthusiasm. It can be done. It needs a strategy, and it needs a sort of a point where everyone comes together. But it can be done. Yeah, absolutely. And it should be done.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Ollie, have you got any final words you want to say before we finish this session? That's unusual. Okay, well, thank you very much for a really brilliant session. I hope you can see that Greater Manchester is still pioneering, and we've had a brilliant discussion. So can we please thank our panel members, Sarah Pearce, Dean Hughes, and Ollie Wilson, and Blakeley. We have got a quick comfort break now, but we do want you to be back in here as prompt as far as possible. Steve will be staying around, but I just need to whiz him off for a quick media conversation. So we let Steve go. You'll come back in, won't you, and say hello to people, yeah? Maybe. we get you all sat down, please, for our final keynote session? Those of you who are standing, if you can take your seats. Just let Shirley take a quick photo. Can we get you sat down, please, on the sides for the keynote speech? Right, okay, I'm going to make a start because I know we've got lots of stragglers still coming in, but we're going to run out of time to be able to turn around the venue for our international supper later. So, if I can get your attention, because coming up we have in the Council Chamber an information sharing framework with Greater Manchester Combined Authority. Also at 4:45 we want to invite people to a special celebration on community shares. It's taking place upstairs in the Bright Hall from 4:45, so just not yet, but please do go up to celebrate all those incredible work that the community shares team have done. But between the end of the main room and the start of the main drink, so our international supper is in here tonight. So we will be asking you to disperse from here so we can turn it around. So feel free to join James and Alice and the team in a policy session. And I hear there might be a bit of bubbly too in there, so please do join them. And then what we'll be doing at 6 o'clock, if it's not clear in your briefings, at 6 o'clock we'll all be going to Toad Lane. I believe that's the precise time that the rain will come out, but bear with us. And we'll have our placards and we will march to our international supper. So please do all join us at 6 o'clock outside Toad Lane for drinks as well. So I think it was Vivian that asked earlier about what does it precisely mean when the government says it's going to double the size of the cooperative and mutual economy. So first of all, we're going to hear from the Minister for Cooperatives and Mutuals and Small Business, Gareth Thomas MP. Thank you.
It's a real pleasure to join you virtually at this year's Co-op Congress, especially in such a landmark year, the UN International Year of Cooperatives. And what better place to mark this moment than Rochdale, the birthplace of the modern cooperative movement. This Congress brings together a remarkable community, leaders from across the UK's co-op landscape, from retail and housing to renewables and community enterprise. And this year, we're joined by global co-op leaders as the International Cooperative Alliance gathers in Manchester. It's a powerful reminder that the co-op spirit transcends borders and continues to inspire action around the world. This is a sector rooted in democratic ownership, community resilience, and long-term value creation. Whether it's a worker-owned enterprise, a supporter trust, or a public service mutual, businesses are driven not by shareholder returns, but by the needs and aspirations of their members and communities. Earlier today, many of you participated in the Policy Forum, helping shape the future of our sector. Your insights will lead directly into DBT's call for evidence and the work of the Mutual and Co-op Sector Business Council. I want to thank you for your contributions and your commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive economy. This government is committed to supporting the growth of cooperatives and mutuals. We recognise the sector's unique ability to deliver not just economic value, but social and environmental impact too. Cooperatives and mutuals are not just values-led, they are economically resilient and commercially effective. In 2024, the UK's democratic economy employed over 1.3 million people and generated a combined annual income of £166 billion. Nearly 80% of these businesses operate as cooperatives. They generate social value by anchoring wealth and employment in local communities. With higher survival rates than traditional firms, more than 3/4 of startups are still active after 5 years. They contribute to economic stability, to social cohesion, and they provide access to essential services. They are particularly impactful in sectors like housing, energy, food, and social care. Compared to other businesses, there is evidence to suggest that they may be more productive, have a lower environmental impact, and be more sustainable. In short, They are businesses that work for people, for communities, and for the planet. But we also know that the UK's co-op economy is smaller than in many of our OECD peers. That's why we've pledged to double the size of the sector and support diverse business models. And we're taking action to make that happen. In March, myself and Emma Reynolds, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, attended the launch of the Mutual and Co-op Business Council, a sector-led initiative looking at the opportunity to grow co-ops and mutuals in key sectors such as housing and community energy. We're also moving forward with our new business growth service, designed to simplify access to support for all small businesses, including cooperatives. And later this year, we will launch a call for evidence to gather insights on how the government can support cooperative business growth at various stages, including starting and scaling up. We want to hear from you, your ideas, your experiences, and your ambitions. This is your opportunity to shape the future of the sector and ensure that government policy reflects your needs. This is a cross-government effort. We are working closely with the Treasury, with DCMS, with DEFRA, and other departments to ensure that cooperatives and mutuals are embedded in our broader economic and community strategies. We are also engaging with devolved governments and are planning to engage with local authorities to ensure that regional voices and priorities are reflected in our work too. This is an exciting moment in the UN's International Year of Cooperatives. We have a unique opportunity to shape evidence-led policy that empowers communities, that boosts productivity and delivers sustainable growth. So I encourage all of you, whether you're a practitioner, a policymaker, an advocate, to contribute to the call for evidence and to help us build a stronger, fairer economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully that answers some of your questions. Now, I've been trying to get this wonderful woman to Co-op Congress every year for a while now, so there is no excuse. We're in Greater Manchester, quite a busy week, and still made it. So it is with great pleasure that I'd like to welcome a huge supporter of the cooperative movement, the MP for Central Manchester and the Leader of the House, Lucy Powell.
Well, thanks so much, Rose. It's great to be here. Yeah, I really do know my place in things. I am sandwiched between Paul Coogan and your supper. So I know that those of you who've actually managed to stay for my speech are especially committed to the cause. So thank you for being here. And it is great to be at the Co-op conference this year and to be in the fabulous and glorious Rochdale Town Hall. I've heard all about the work that's been done, and it's just great to see it in all its glory. One of the jobs I have as Leader of the House of Commons is to think about the future of the building. We've got this project called Restoration and Renewal, and I might just send the project director up here to see what you've done here in Rochdale. I'd also just like to thank Rose particularly for her leadership and all that she does for the cooperative movement. I mean, Rose is such a tour de force. You are so incredibly lucky that she is now leading the movement and leading the call for everybody, and she's pulled together this great conference here today. A brilliant Mancunian woman is just my kind of girl. So that's great. And I'd also like to thank Paul Waugh, the great Labour and Co-op MP for Rochdale here where we are today. Paul is one of our new intake, but he's absolutely an old hand, and he has taken to Parliament like a duck to water, and he raises co-op issues with me most weeks in the chamber, don't you, Paul? And you are fantastic, and it's great to have you here today as well. Now, people do often ask me, what is the job of Leader of the House of Commons? So I thought I might just try and explain it a little bit. I am the government's representative in the Commons, and I'm the Commons representative in government. So I have a slightly different role to other people, and one of my jobs is to make sure that we get legislation, the government's legislation, through the House of Commons. And my civil servants call me leader, which I've taken to quite nicely, actually. And then another part of my job is I'm also the president, the Lord President of His Majesty's Privy Council, which means that once a month I chair and attend the Privy Council with the King, which is a huge honour, and actually the bit of my job that everybody thinks is most exciting. So when I walk into Buckingham Palace, people call me the President. So you can take your pick today. You can either call me leader or you can call me president. It's really up to you. I'll take either. But the other job that I have, and probably the one that I'm most proud of, is that I am the Labour and Co-op MP for Manchester Central. And I've been the MP there, the Labour and Co-op MP for 12 years now. And I know Rochdale is the true home of the cooperative movement, but I like to think that Manchester Central is the kind of modern day home of the co-op movement as well. And my co-op values drive everything that I do in politics as well. So I'm really pleased to be here today. And I can't believe how many people you've had. You've had, I think, 400 delegates throughout the day and this evening, representing over 50 countries, which is incredible. And you're still here, still pushing us, still innovating, still at the frontier of what those Rochdale pioneers, to be here, the home of the Rochdale pioneers, the first cooperatives, it really is phenomenal and something you should all be very proud of. So thank you all very much for being here today as well. And modern day co-ops really are in the spirit of those Rochdale pioneers, aren't they? And I know you've been talking about all the different forms that takes today, from sort of tech, infrastructure, social co-ops, music festival, the green economy, all these different things really showing the spirit of those original Rochdale pioneers. And today, it's not so much the candlelit store, but it's the solar panels, it's the platform cooperatives in the new digital age, the community wealth builders, and the radical new ways of doing business that you've all been talking about today. And I think you've also been talking about the Manchester Ship Canal and what that did in the Victorian times, something that it's a great story of Manchester, the Ship Canal. We didn't want to pay all our port money to the Liverpudlians, so we thought we'd dig out a big ship canal instead. And that Victorian age is now, I think it's sort of epitomised in the Andy Burnham age. He's our Queen Victoria of the modern era, and he's really building on that mutuals model, that co-op model, to drive growth and the kind of inclusive growth that we want to see in communities across the country as well. But one thing I just want to really emphasise today, because it's 100 days since the Labour government was first elected, and all parties, I'm sure, and none are represented here today. But we are really proud because the Labour values, the Labour government's values, are so intertwined with those founding values and those founding principles of the co-op movement as well. And the story of cooperatives is the story of Labour in power, whether that's Andy Burnham and what he's doing here in Greater Manchester, or whether it is in that new Labour government that I'm proud to represent in London, because it's about sharing wealth creation, that a founding sort of principle, creating public services for the many and not just the few, run by service users, not just managers, tackling those deep-seated inequalities together and taking on the vested interests to give ordinary people more power, security and opportunity in their lives to change things. So that's what Labour is doing in government, and that is what the co-op movement, I think, is all about this morning. And I thought that Steve Coogan's articulation of that, waking up this morning on the radio, really was a fantastic articulation of that. And I want to thank Steve Coogan for giving so much attention to this conference today. I don't know if Steve's still here, but if we could give Steve another round of applause, that'd be great. And that is the story of what we're trying to do, to take on those vested interests in service of ordinary people to share in the future. And that's what you're doing. Because as it was 180 years ago, that is still the story, unfortunately, in a different way, of the country today. Because we do live in an uncertain world, but wealth hasn't trickled down to the many. Public services still are very much for the managers, and they're not co-produced with the service users and shaped by the service users in mind. Communities feel even more fractured than they perhaps did 180 years ago. And so those cooperative principles and values are needed more than ever. And they do shine very brightly in the Labour government, not just through members of the government like myself, like Gareth, like Johnny Reynolds, like Jim McMahon and many others that you know, but also what we are doing in government. And I just want to say a little bit about some of those things because, as I said at the beginning, I'm responsible for legislation in Parliament, and so there's a few areas that I want you to be really clear that we are going to be pushing through in Parliament through legislation. So we've already passed the Great British Energy Act, one of our first bills of this government, which will commit Great British Energy to financing community energy projects. And I think that will really open up the opportunity for cooperatives and mutuals to get into that sector, which is so desperately needed in order to help people get that energy security and keeping bills low. We are about to introduce a bill which will change the law on the right to buy for local assets as well, something I know we've all been calling for a long time, whether that's swimming pools, whether that's pubs, football clubs, community centres. We are going to make it a lot easier now for communities to take over those assets. In our Children and Wellbeing Bill, which is nearly through Parliament, we're going to tackle the profiteering by private providers on children's social care as well, something that's already happening here in Manchester. We'll be putting rocket boosters under what Andy Burnham and Adventures are doing here in Greater Manchester to make sure that those children's services can be run by not-for-profit mutuals as well. And the Chancellor, as we just heard then from Gareth Thomas, the Chancellor has established an industry-led mutual and cooperative business council, which I think is going to be really important as well. And we've just opened up a call for evidence on how the government can support mutual businesses to scale up and start new businesses, as well as support existing businesses to become cooperatives or mutuals. And these are really important developments. And thanks to the lobbying of the co-op group and the co-op retail sector, we have put in the crime and policing bill, protection of retail workers, something that is long overdue, and that will be law next year. And we're also funding, we're committed to funding, and work has already begun, the Law Commission's independent review of the Cooperative and Community Benefit Societies Act of 2014, something that we've been long calling for. So they're just some of the specific ways in which, through legislation, we are supporting the cooperative agenda. And it's not just in those specific areas, but when you look at our legislative programme as a whole, I think it really does meet that moment of driving forward those co-op values and principles. And just a few things that I'm particularly proud of as we look back at the last year. We've got that new Water Act now, the Water Special Measures Act, which is really going to take on water bosses. And we've got a whole new agenda coming on water governance, and I think there's real opportunity there as well. We've got a Rail Franchising Act, so finally the railways are going to come back into public ownership, and what an opportunity that is for passengers and customers to really have more of a say over what's happening with our railways. We're bringing in more rights for workers, rights for renters, and the biggest ever social housing building programme in a generation. And the new football regulator, which I know Paul has been long campaigning for as well, which really will support, that's going to receive royal assent hopefully before the summer. That will help to support our small community-owned clubs to grow and flourish. And one thing I know you've been interested today as well, we've got the devolution bill, which is really going to be this big move of powers out of central government into communities. That's coming later this year as well, because that's what we are about. We are a mission-driven government that is putting our values into practice, and our values are your values, and I hope we can all join together to do that, because whether it's growth and our mission for growth and making sure that growth is inclusive and reaches every community across the country, or housing that is affordable, where the residents, people who own those homes or live in those homes, have a real say over their communities as well, whether it's stronger and safer communities, which we're absolutely committed to, and food security and that energy security and all that energy networks that we need to bring in as well. Those values, those pioneering Rochdale cooperative values and principles of 180 years ago are as relevant today to this Labour government as they were 180 years ago. And that spirit, though, is not about government doing things and coming along to conferences like this and telling you that we're doing them. That spirit is because you're doing it, you're shaping it, you're pushing it, you're leading it, you're demanding it, and you're actually delivering it by then spreading that through your models, your co-ops, your communities, and that's as it should be. So I was really pleased to be here today to thank you first and foremost for all that leadership that you are providing. Keep demanding, keep pushing, keep innovating, keep challenging, and most of all, keep cooperating. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Lucy. And we are going to have to turn the venue around now for our next session. So thank you all for coming. There is a breakout session with drinks for community shares following. And other than that, 6 p.m. at Toad Lane with your placards. And then we'll march over to back to here for the international supper.